Let's see, here at the meeting today is myself, Val Oliver, Connie Patton, Diane Coombs, and Joe Paul. Anybody else out there? Carrie? No. Okay. And we don't have to say we're here, or do we have to take a roll call? Or? Okay, so let's have a roll call. Joe?
Here.
Diane?
Here.
Connie?
Here.
Val?
Here.
And myself. So take caution not to share your screen. Do I have a motion to okay the
I
agenda?
make a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Diane. All in favor of Diane's motion to approve the agenda? Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And Joe?
Aye.
And myself, thank you. Okay, top of the agenda. Discussion of Article 38.
I'd like to hold that, Madam Chair, until we have a full board.
Okay, so we'll jump right over that. I don't think we have to take action on that. Signs. 6 Broad Street.
Oh, okay, Billy's jumping on because he's the sign guy.
I am the, Madam Chair, this is Billy Saad. I am the zoning administrator and land use specialist for Plus. I am jumping on I had updated the agenda to show the sign advisory council's recommendations from this morning's meeting, and I believe there is one applicant there that wants to have the full board review their application.
Okay. So what about the other ones? Are we going to take the recommendations?
As long as you may want to clarify with the crowd there, you could take the recommendations on items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. I know for sure number 3 is there to be heard.
Okay.
I'm not sure about number 6. You may just want to ask if anyone's there from VTT management.
Okay. So do I hear a motion for, we're going to take out
I'll make try to
3.
make a motion, Madam Chair,
3 and 6, yeah.
to vote along with the sign advisory committee on all the applications except for number 3, which we're going to review,
And 6.
and 6.
Which was done. Okay, all in favor of Val's motion? Connie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, and I'm an aye.
And Madam
right.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just one suggestion with that. I was unclear on number 6, so if no one is there after you review number 3, I think you could adopt the sign council's recommendation on that.
To deny.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, all right, terrific. Okay, could we hear about your project there?
Hello,
One Sparks?
my name is Donadel Dariush on behalf of One Sparks Avenue LLC. Thank you, members of the board, for hearing us today. We'd like to, Millie's in Nantucket is hoping to open at the Rotary this summer, and that's our plan. We're looking to get some signage on the south side of the building, which is on the front fascia. So think when you pull into the parking lot of One Sparks Avenue, that is right above that white door. Yes, ma'am.
Are we talking about the wall sign or the hanging sign?
Then, yeah, that's my next thing is that the hanging sign, which is what I'd like to discuss,
Okay.
which is on the existing post that was there from when it was the Rotary and then when it was Lola Burger. I've got a handout here, which is the approval from 2013 of the Lola Burger sign.
We have that, yeah.
Yes, correct. We're just hoping to utilize the existing posts with the existing lighting and have our hanging sign, which I believe the sign advisory council this morning, they liked the sign, I believe, and I'd like to just use the existing post there. Do as little modification as possible to the existing structure of the building to keep with tradition and all that good stuff. That's the sign right there. Keeping the Millie's quarter board, which is pretty classic, the island logo, and then just putting Rotary at the bottom so that we're able to distinguish clearly from Millie's in Nantucket and Millie's at the Rotary.
What colors?
Those are going to be, that's navy blue is the Millie's logo, and then a light white, which is the background.
Okay.
Yeah,
Any questions?
I do.
please.
Why did the sign advisory advise this not to be approved because of the freestanding sign situation? I mean, was this approved when it was Lola Burger, or did they just put it up?
If I may jump in, I do have the approval, which I've also handed out from 2013.
Okay.
I believe the date on that was, pardon me here, March 19th, 2013, when the board heard the Rotary and Lola Burger, which is a different LLC, obviously different ownership, and they approved this, which is the Lola Burger sign, pretty classic, hanging from the existing sign. We would like to use the exact same post that's been there since it was the Rotary before Lola Burger.
Right, okay. Any more questions?
No, I.
Madam Chair,
Is that Holly?
Is that-
Holly.
Where are you,
Wait.
Holly?
I'm in the Zoom. My apologies for not physically being there.
Oh,
But
you sound terrible.
thank you, Madam Chair. Billy has his hand raised. I'm assuming he can give us the reasons why SAC did not approve. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Billy?
Yes, thank you. I don't believe any of the sign advisory council members were able to make it tonight. So yes, their concern was the freestanding sign and the fact that it is a prohibited sign type in the sign book. However, the prior approval for Lola Burger was not available during the morning meeting. I believe they came in and got that after the meeting. And I do think that's fairly important information.
Thanks, Billy.
Okay. So how do we want to treat this?
Given that this was approved in 2013, yeah, the size is a little different, but they're using the same post. And there's light shining on the sign.
Existing lighting, yeah, and it's below the 15 watt. I know that we recently revised the wattage, so that we're going to use 15 watt bulbs, LEDs, which is in keeping with the new sign recommendations.
Okay. I'm okay with this. I could make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, I'll accept that motion. On Val's
But
motion.
maybe Diane wants some, I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
any other comments from the board, or should we proceed with this?
No, let's just proceed.
Okay. Then I make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, all in favor of Val's motion. Joe?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie? Aye. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much for your time, folks.
I think it looks nice.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, given the recent approval, that's probably, yeah.
I like the arrows that go around for Rotary. I think that's really cute.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Billy.
Oh, Billy, yes.
I just want to make sure, if no one's there for number 6, the board will need to, adopt or make a motion to adopt the sign advisory council's recommendation.
Sure. That is the situation. So,
Can we
Val,
hold
did
it
you
for
make a motion
representation?
to hold it? Oh, we could do that, Joe. So we give them a fair
They
shake
never,
at it.
I'm sorry, they never indicated to me that they would be coming forward. I just wasn't sure the prior applicant had just stopped in. I just found out that they were going to be going to HTC, so I wasn't sure if the other applicant was under the same impression. But they didn't indicate to me that they were looking to meet with the board.
It's not the same as the one we just did. That's one spark.
This is 1 Miller
But-
Lane.
I would motion to hold for representation, as Joe said, given the circumstances of the prior application. That's why we moved that. This, we don't have any more information, and it would be good to have an explanation from the applicant.
Okay, that's Val's motion to hold for representation. Connie, what do you think? Joe?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So we will hold for representation. Right, now we're on to consents. Let's
And
see.
I have to sit out.
Okay. Val Oliver. Let's see, front door. Does anybody, do I hear a motion to approve the consent items?
So move.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Myself, aye. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, consents
And I
are,
make a motion to approve the consent with conditions unless there's one or two we're not doing.
thanks, Diane, for that. On Diane's motion to approve consent with conditions, Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Connie. Joe?
Aye.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you. All right, moving right along. New business. 5 Dove Key rooftop solar. Karen, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, good. All right. Would you like me to present this?
Yeah, just give me a sec to warm up.
Are we
my-
gonna have some drawings?
Yes, there are drawings below.
We only have one person here, so bear with us.
Yeah. I will.
Are you ready, Fiona? Okay. All right, go ahead, Karen.
Okay. So the roof on this is presently gray, but the homeowner is going to re-roof with black asphalt prior to the install of solar. So please consider this with a black roof. The house takes up all the ground coverage on the lot, so there's no room for a ground mount. It's very high roofs, and the pitch of the roof, and because the neighbors' houses are so close, almost all the roof planes are not visible from the road, but there is one that you can see. And in the photo there with the blue truck in the middle, that one roof plane is the one that we are hoping that we can get, that even though it's visible, because that, of course, is the best roof for solar. It faces south. So when you're considering that, please realize that it's going to be black. And that's pretty much it. I think, Fiona, if you scroll up, you can see where all the panels are, like one page up, maybe 2 pages up. There, right there. So,
Thank you.
yeah, the ones
Yeah.
on the left and the back, you can't see that at all. That's just those 5 on the right that face south that you would be able to see from the road.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Board members, do you have any questions?
I was just trying to find out which is the west roof. Is that the one with the most panels on it?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay.
Anybody ready to comment on this?
I will.
Go ahead, Val.
I would be fine approving all the panels on the west. Maybe No, the secondary mass, if there was more, if they went from side to side completely. But the one on the main mass of the building is a no for me. That, there's no way to mitigate it with any sort of screening, and, we have to start being consistent about this stuff.
Yeah.
Not on the main, no. That is a secondary mass. I said, maybe if she's making the roof black and it's more consistent across. It's this one, right on the main,
Where's the front of the house here?
right here.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. That's just me, so somebody else can add their 2 cents.
No, no.
But
we
no,
wanna
I'll
hear from
go.
everybody. Go ahead, Diane.
I'm with Val, absolutely. We have the rules and we get the thing, well, the guy next door to me has it. And I'm tired of hearing that. It doesn't do what we state and it's visible. So the back one, I don't have a problem with. The west roof, I guess it is. But the other one, I am with Val. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. Connie?
Yeah, I have to agree with what Val stated about the main mass.
Okay. Joe?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with what's been said, and I would add one thing to that. If the rear mass, if those panels are effective, it looks like a lower mass. With the sun high in the sky, I would think that the mass that's in question that we see facing the road, if you put panels on the back side of that, they would not be visible. I mean, I'm not an expert in solar panels, but I'd have to think that you're going to get something out of them when the sun's high in the sky. So I'd be fine if they just flipped the north side of that front mass. But facing the street, I'm in agreement with my fellow board members.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, could I ask, if we can't do those 5 that are facing the street, which I'm guessing that's what's gonna happen, is it possible to put them on the east facing roof, which you would not see? It's the blank roof there.
No.
And if you look from the front, from the road, you can't see the top of that roof.
Are you talking about the secondary mass that's connected to the part that's yellow?
If it's yellow.
You're
The
looking at the
second-
front?
So I'm assuming you are not going to approve the 5 that are facing the road that you can see, but nothing else is visible from the road.
Karen, I'm sorry, if in your own pictures, it's showing us that they're visible. With the blue truck facing the building, the little secondary mass is facing the road more than the big main mass. And
Right.
that
Yeah,
has,
I think what she's saying, Val, is that if those 5 were to be removed off that secondary mass, would
There's
we allow
4.
them? What's that?
there's 5 right there, yes.
Yeah. Would we allow them on the other plane of the main gable of the building, the yellow portion, where we've approved them on the entirety of the west? I think she's asking if we would approve them on the east side of that gable. Am I right, Karen?
Correct. That is what
No.
I'm
Yeah.
asking.
No,
She can move them to the back of this piece that they're on, to the rear.
I think one of the things,
Because
We'd like
now
to-
that's going to be a fragmented array
Yeah.
with the gable bisecting. So, I mean, we know these things. It's bothersome to me that we have to repeat them constantly.
Val, could you make a motion? No, just, I think we can pass it without with just taking those 5 off the accessory. I thought you said
I can make a
mass.
motion to approve without those 5 panels.
Okay,
Madam,
Let's do
Madam
that.
Chair,
that,
Madam Chair.
who's
It's
that?
Holly. It's Holly.
Karen.
Oh, Holly.
Oh, Holly.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so, I understand that the application, is not necessarily saying that the roof is black, that it's going to be black, and I would recommend the commission to make that as part of their motion as a condition.
Okay.
Thank you, Holly, for that. Okay, Val, make that motion again.
I would motion to approve removing the panels on the southeast secondary mass facing the road and ensuring us that the roof will be reshingled in black asphalt.
All right, terrific. All in favor of Val's motion. Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Do you want me
Thanks,
to
Karen.
do a,
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
that will be per an Exhibit A.
Is that 35th Way? 3/5 Way. Oh, 3/5 Way. Okay, got it.
Fifth way.
Is Self here? Sean Casey? No. Okay.
I don't
Let's-
see any other people in the queue for this application, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I make a
So-
motion to hold for representation.
I think we're just gonna skip right over
Forget it? All
Yeah.
right.
So we have Axmart, 9 Nobodere Farm Road. Hi, Toby.
Good evening, Madam Chair,
How are you?
the board as it stands. I'm very well, thank you. It's been very sunny of late. I'm very happy about that. It really puts me in a good mood.
Oh, good. What's put you in a good mood?
The sun, just it's been so terribly gloomy of late, you know? And then it's gonna be gloomy the rest of this week, you know? It's gonna be another
Yeah,
storm.
right.
That's
right.
nice.
Real quickly, this is really exciting. We're doing solar for the new school and Strong Wings. They're a lovely nonprofit on the island. And so this is 9 Nobodere. It's the structure in the back. It's significantly back from the road. It's on a dark roof. It's filling out most of the main mast. They're going to be putting on an addition in the future that has not been submitted to the board yet, but we're anticipating filling out the whole mast with solar panels. It's not visible from any way that I'm aware of, possibly through that bike path in the back, but then it's an obtuse view. It's on the back of the structure, and it's for the kids. We're also going to be incorporating a little education for our Strong Wing students. I would put in the solar, but that doesn't pertain to you, but that's it.
Thank you, Toby. Holly, do you have anything on this?
I can attest to it's not visible from Napier Road.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that. Board members,
I think this particular array meets all our requirements, and I could motion to approve it as submitted.
okay, thank you. Let's hear from the other board members, see if they agree. Connie?
I agree.
Although I wish there was a picture of the building.
Joe?
I sit on the Building and Grounds Committee for this school, and my daughter attends the school, so I'm going to recuse.
Okay, all right, thank you, Joe. Diane?
Well, if the statement is right, the panels will not be visible. Then it can be approved. It's a school which
Don't make any
we have to designate who gets what, but it doesn't look as if it's visible. So if that is true, then I would approve it.
Okay, was that your motion, Val?
That was my motion.
Okay, thank you, Val. So on Val's motion to approve as submitted, Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe,
I'm recused.
oh, sorry. And Abby is a yes. Thank you, Tobias.
Thank you, Madam
Well,
Chair.
he's here for the next one too, which
another
isn't
one.
going to be as easy.
15 Belvedere.
Oops.
And there is no
And
picture.
Stephen Welsh has arrived and will take over.
Abby, actually, thank you. Would you mind going ahead with this one,
No.
just so I get set up for the evening?
Not, yeah, take your time. Toby, you're the next one. So give us a chance to just get, let's see, 15 Nobodere Farm
Yeah,
Road? Okay.
I'll just do a standard introduction if you don't mind, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
15 Nobodere Farm Road, this is the Nantucket New School. It's a large, kind of commercial school building. It faces south. The solar, is all over the roofs. If you look at the plans, the building's set back significantly from the road. There is one pitch that you might see some of the solar from the road, but there are a number of trees, planted right by the school, and then there is a large number of buildings in front of the school. So that's pretty much it. It's pretty straightforward. On this one, we already met with the fire department regarding setbacks. Because it is a school, the fire department has a little bit more stringent parameters around making sure they have access to the roof. And so that dictates some of the parameters around the layout of the roof. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Toby.
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
Madam
yes,
Chair?
please, Connie.
Color of the roof?
The color of the roof is brown. It's like a dark brown.
What's the elevation of the front?
So this is the on the screen, right? But this is the south elevation.
Yeah.
I might call this the side elevation. The front door, if you please, is on the east elevation. So you can see
Do we-
to the right there on the east elevation, in the middle is kind of the front door of the
Right,
parcel.
is that panels up there, are they visible? Are they the ones that are visible from the street?
They are, yes. But again, if the board would be so kind as to entertain the idea that if you did go there, they are significantly set back from the road, but they're definitely visible, but there is a good amount of screening there. And if you scroll down, Fiona, you can see the, kind of how far back the building is. If you're looking at photo, I believe B on the top right, the building is maybe, I don't know, 300 feet from the road.
On a brown roof?
Correct. Might be a good one to hold
Tobias.
for a view.
Okay.
No, but say what you think.
Can you move the east panels to the west?
I cannot.
You
I cannot.
cannot.
We've fully filled out everything we can for the roof currently.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why? It looks like there's plenty of space there.
If you're looking at the,
The east is the most visible, and it's the front. Everything else,
I think I would, in all honesty, I'd just recommend you go take a look.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, well,
minimally visible. I wouldn't have come here if I didn't think it was within your guidelines, so
Yeah, we won't, we will
hold for a view.
keep you on the,
motion to hold for review.
on Val's motion, Diane,
Yes.
Joe,
Recused.
I'm recused from this too,
oh, this
sorry.
one too? Okay,
Yeah.
Connie
Aye.
and Val on the
Aye.
motion, and I'm
Aye.
an aye, so we'll mark that down for review.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Toby.
And so I think that comes back next week, right?
Yeah,
And just have the record reflect that I'm recused on that.
okay.
Okay, so that brings us to, well ahead of that. 20 Liberty,
Yeah, I think we have a
Main
letter
House.
on that.
and Connie and Joe, you were both active on the last? No, Joe was recused.
Joe is
so
recused
Joe
on
would
both
be up
schools,
Next,
yes.
okay. And Carrie, I saw on the boat, she will be joining us. Let's see, Stephen, come on down.
Oh, I cannot sit on this. My significant other is the caretaker.
Okay.
Done a fine job.
So it will be, let's see, Abby, Diane, Connie, Joe, and myself. Good with that? Steve?
Yes,
You really don't have a choice, but
that's right. That's right. Thank you.
when you see your site plan, why don't you get started?
Great, so I'll just go ahead and get started. So, application for an addition at 20 Liberty Street. The original structure circa 1890s, also known as the Mary Wilbur House, thanks to Holly, who was able to send along some nice little historic anecdote about the house. The real thrust of this project happens well beyond anything that is part of that original structure. That original structure has seen changes over its lifetime, as we would expect. Most recently, in around 2012, 13, there was a project that occurred on the rear elevation where they actually bumped out a one-story and a two-story L off the back and some associated renovations. The addition that we propose is to attach on to that circa 2013 renovation that last occurred and extend that backwards to create a bit of a connector that takes you to what is essentially two main components of that footprint that you see situated at the back of the lot. It's a 1.5 car garage. The property currently has what we might debate is a garage or a shed, very narrow, one-story, old, more of a shed than a garage. Really, they are not able to fit a vehicle in it. So our proposal is for a 1.5-story garage on the ground floor with a new primary bedroom suite located above that, and a small office space on the second floor, also located above that garage structure. And then next to that, a single-story family room located also at the back of the lot, one story only, wood frame with a porch that opens up to the side yard as it exists today.
Thank you, Steve. Can someone orient me what Holly, is she on Zoom or?
Oh, yeah, she's on
Okay.
Zoom.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies for my voice, so I'll try to be as sharp as possible. Yeah, so this is the Mary G. Wilbur House, a circa 1885 Greek Revival, also within the Wesco Acre lots, and NPT has indicated that in their book. While I appreciate retaining the character defining elements of the Wilbur House, the proposed addition is inappropriate. It should be a separate structure completely and as separate and subordinate from the main structure itself. I also did want to point out the abutters letter that we received today that's been sent to the board as well as Steve. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Is Mickey here?
Yes, I'm here, Steve.
Hey, Mickey, if you could go ahead and comment, identify your group first, please. Thank you.
Sure. This is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which includes Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, and Sandy Kendall. So our comments are aligned with Holly's. Detaching it certainly does make sense, but the sections of the addition that will be visible from Liberty Street do not relate to the style of architecture of the main house. The roof pitches are considerably different and the masses have a bulkier scale um, than the more slender lines of the main mass. The addition should also have the feel of additive massing, meaning that the scale is more diminutive than the main mass. The proposed addition feels more massive and in fact has a greater footprint than the house itself. The fence proposed along the front is 6 feet tall and is right along, I know the fence is going to be different on the different application eventually, but he's showing it, I think, to screen the back section of the house. It's not appropriate where a 6-foot board fence is not appropriate where it's being shown. And also this addition will be visible from the Coffin School property. I know that's sort of a private institution, but the public goes there quite often. So I think you need to look at really the entire addition from all sides. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this point? Okay, who would like to begin? Again, it's Abby, Diane, Connie, Joe, and myself.
I can go.
Abby?
I didn't even get to the architecture because I was looking at the renovation, the intended secondary mass. To me, it overwhelms the site, and it's, I mean, this is a case of the tail wagging the dog, or the dog wagging the tail, or whatever. But I think, it's a very large renovation. I think it overwhelms the lot and the historic structure and creates a wall in the back that affects the view from the Coffin School. So I would go more in a direction of a story and a half that's lower and subordinate to the historic structure that's on the site. And sort of, it doesn't seem to complement the style that's already there. It seems like a brand new style, and it doesn't seem to flow into the original structure. So I'm a little bit of a back to the drawing board on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe?
I think let me formulate my thoughts here. The thing that is, I guess there's two things that are the most troubling to me are the two gables of these additions that are facing forward towards the street. One of them, I'm looking at the south elevation here. So on the left side of the south elevation, there's a gable forward that's a shallower pitch, and that's a porch element. And I think if that was simplified, that gable could go away entirely. I think it starts to emphasize the simplicity of that central gable on the existing house with the steep pitch. So I feel like these shallower pitched forward street facing gables are competing with the architecture. And the same goes for the one on the right. I would look at reversing this piece on the right potentially, so that we're not looking at the gable ends. And I think that would help visually. Certainly on the site plan, I agree with what my fellow board members have said, that the footprint of it feels like it's overwhelming it, but I do think that could be mitigated by adjusting this massing a little bit. And the 3D views are certainly helpful. This is a difficult project, I think, to see in elevation. And I think my final comment was that if it was split into two structures, let's just say that single story element were to go away, you'd have the integrity of the main structure, but I still think it would read exactly the same from the street. So separating it, I think, makes sense in concept, but I don't think that it would change my other comments. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Diane?
Yeah, if I could get off the south and another elevation, it would make it easier. The
go to
The
another
fence is
elevation.
wrong. I don't, that
There you go.
puka
Did-
thing is over.
talk.
Thank you.
Diane, the
Um,
west is up. After she
Huh?
comments.
I got a west
The
elevation
west
now.
is up now, so if you want to go through them, we'll just go through the elevations quickly.
Yeah, I have a problem with that straight roof connecting, I guess, the garage from the house. In a house that's this age, it doesn't seem to be right. And it looks like there's enough that you could take it and separate it in that hangout over it. I don't like that. And on the dormer on, I guess, the garage, when you have the two windows to the left and the single to the right, I would stretch it out so it matched it to fit over the bottom windows. And that's all I got here. And what on the south elevation, also they had that little thing that looked, I don't know what it is, that's on the left-hand side of the drawing. It's a little roof with two little windows in it. I don't think is appropriate with the house, and definitely the fence down below. I think it would be good to sort of think the whole thing over a little bit to see if you could bring it together. You've got a lot of different type of architecture, all in the same place. The chimney is fine. It's big and it's on the outside. I don't think you could change the corbelling on it. So I would like to see more that was put in that goes along with the design and the architecture, the original architecture of the house. That's it.
Thank you, Diane. Connie?
Yes, so I'm in agreement with what's being said about the massing and the architectural style. And I don't know, perhaps seeing what it would look like if the buildings were split, it might give us a different perspective on the whole thing. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So Stephen, clearly concerns overall massing, architectural styles. I agree with Joe on the concept. Separation could be beneficial, but I don't believe it's going to have any practical effect in terms of visual presentation. And I would encourage perhaps simplifying to a complementary architectural style between the two portions of the addition, and perhaps some hip roof play to kind of downsize massing and other approaches you might want to take. I'd also encourage us, the members we should put this on a view list.
Sure,
And
I'll
I
make
think
that
if we
motion.
bring the packet, we bring it up on our tablets, I think that'll be helpful too. So can we get a motion for revision?
Sure.
A couple comments, if I might.
please,
just
go
for the
ahead.
record. Thank
Yep.
you, Mr. Chair. So in no particular order, just, I did make, well, I will say that we started actually by looking at a separate structure in the back. Okay, and one of the reasons that we ended up with the connector is that, given the existing footprint, by the time you situate even a garage that's deep enough to park a vehicle in, that's at a minimum of 24 feet. There is barely any room to pass between the existing structure and that new structure. So I just would like to, for the record, to say that we did look at that. I also have to say that, as viewed from Liberty Street, and I believe as viewed from the Coffin School, which I think we could debate whether that's truly public or not, but I'm happy to acknowledge that it is visible from both Winter Street and the Coffin School. Not saying it's not. I don't think you're going to be able to tell whether it's connected or not connected. So that flat roof element that Diane mentioned, which I agree is uncommon, I won't say it's atypical because they are around, but what I agree is uncommon, is not visible from any publicly traveled way, not even the Coffin School. So that area of the building where it connects and latches on is, for all intents and purposes, invisible to the public. And whether, so in reality, whether it's connected or it's a void, I don't think that will be appreciable as viewed from the visible points. One comment about architecture. Loud and clear, I hear you, and I agree that I did not match the architectural style. And in my mind, I did that deliberately. I did it to really show respect to the house as it stands today. A house that actually has a very steep roof pitch, is over 30 feet to 35 feet tall. Okay, so this is not a house that we're used to seeing. But it's beautiful the way it's done, has retained a number of the truly historic details that it had in those photos that you see from 1890, but which has sadly eroded over time, as we tend to see. But I did make a decision to alter the roof pitch, because by matching that roof pitch, you know, the gables that are in the background just soar even higher. So there was at least some logic to that. I'm happy to look at ways to more closely match the current architecture in the back. But all of that stuff that we're looking at in the background starts at least 65 feet back from Liberty Street, and some of it's even further. My last comment, again, just to clarify for the record, is that there is an existing 5-in-1 fence, board fence, on the sidewalk today, along with an established privet hedge. I have proposed to replace that fence because it's in disrepair at 6 feet. Happy to replace it in kind at 5-in-1. The privet's going to stay. I don't add that stuff to the drawing to block what I have designed behind it, because I don't think there's anything wrong with what we've designed behind it, but I add it to the drawing because it exists and it's real and it affects the street view, which is an important jurisdiction for the review of this board. That's why it's on the drawings.
Okay, we appreciate the comments back. Let's see, so we're looking at a motion
For a view
and revisions.
and revisions, yeah,
Okay.
this time.
And forgive me for my brain fog. We're not, we vote on these. It's a motion for revisions.
yeah,
We don't,
yeah.
it's just not an advisement.
Yes.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us to the garage demo.
I don't have too much to add about that one.
All right, well, we're waiting for the town's processing power to catch up with that.
And Holly's there somewhere.
I know Fiona
Yeah,
works a lot faster than that machine.
Got her covered. The site plan, please.
So just as a reminder, there is a small shed-like structure in the rear right corner of that site today. It's the same location that we proposed, putting in a proper garage with the addition above. You can see it there, the view down the driveway. And I think if you scroll down a little further, we probably have some pictures of just that structure for you as well.
That's it, right?
And I think we may have passed them.
Yeah.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there is an HDC survey on file, as you see here. Yes, it might say non-contributing, but it is contributing now. We don't know the exact date of this structure, as it's not on that survey, but Sanborn maps would have been helpful to see. In every event, I would recommend a move if possible. It would be nice to discern its construction, maybe seeing photos from the interior. Outbuildings, we're starting obviously to see them kind of being lost, in my opinion. So it'd be nice to have it moved and saved. And then I had also a thought about repurposing that structure for the garage that's being proposed. I didn't know if that was brought up or thought of, so just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, your group?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really comment on whether this is appropriate or not without knowing anything about the age of the building. Some information regarding the framing type of the interior or the, if it's a 30-year-old garage, then that's a whole different discussion than if it's a 100-year-old garage. So I don't even know what to say at this point until we have more information.
Okay, Holly, can you clarify your first comments? I thought you said that there was a card on this.
There is a survey on it. It's right there.
Mr. Chair, there is a survey that Steve has put in the file, one of our lovely 1989 efforts where there's no date attached to it. So, it's really hard to discern on when they don't have a date in there, what it is. But again, having looking at sandboard maps, I think would be beneficial. I did not have a chance to do that.
Okay, thank you. Steve, do you mind if I just survey quickly as opposed to us getting too involved in this? It seems like the likely outcome is that we're going to be asking for additional information before we deliberate in any depth. Does anyone have a concern with just motioning for that?
No, I think we should.
Okay. Diane, do you want to make that motion? And
Yes,
see
I make
if
that
it needs
motion.
Maybe some pictures.
Yep, happy to do that.
Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And of course, that's the same board as the main house in the additions. Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, board.
All right, next up, we have 14 Almanac Pond additions. Good evening, welcome to the HTC.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Melinda Polchak. My husband and I, Goran, own 14 Almanac Pond Road, and we're here tonight to present some proposed alterations in addition to the primary structure on our property.
Okay, great. Let's see. And it's on the structure shown at the top portion? Oh, down there, okay,
Down there, yes.
okay. Approximately how far from the road?
50 feet, dirt road.
There's some pictures you'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
From the road.
Go ahead, proceed.
Okay, so starting at the top, there's an existing chimney that we would like to remove. There's no fireplace in the house. With the removal of the chimney, we'd like to add a cupola to bring light down into the center of the house, which is really dark. And beneath that, so that's the west elevation, we'd like to extend that dormer across the second floor. And then on the first floor, over in the southwest corner, we're proposing a 2 by 6 foot addition so that we can move an interior bathroom to an exterior wall. We want to rebuild that outdoor shower, and on that south elevation, there's a door to the outside that we want to move so that it opens into the outdoor shower. Along with that, we want to change the color to match our secondary structure, which was approved last year. The windows would be black and the trim would be gray.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? And this board will be Abby, Diane, Val, I think Joe, and myself. Let's see, Val?
Sure, I'll go. I wish we had a picture of the other structure, but that's fine. I think my biggest concern is that the dormers don't make the usual setback side to side, and that the cupola is overscaled, but I don't have a problem with the rest of it. And the colors will make it subdued, so that's fine.
Okay. Great, thanks. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, I'm familiar with this house. I've been in it a few times, and it definitely reads as more private than the site plan indicates. I'll say that. And it's certainly a mean, the house is a timber frame, and it definitely has a lot of quirky elements, and I say that in a positive way. I mean, there's a lot of glass on this building. So I think that a cupola could potentially work. I feel like this one's more like a monitor, and it feels overscaled, and it feels like it's competing with the dormer a little bit, and it feels like it's competing with that gable piece on the east elevation, which that's probably not visible unless you're walking in the moors. So I guess fundamentally the single story additions all seem fine. I have the same concerns that Val has regarding the shed dormer and making sure that it meets the 3-foot setbacks. And I think that you probably need to explore a couple of cupola styles. I'll say in the past, when we look at cupolas, having a few options makes the process quicker for the applicant. And it's one of those things that's very difficult to discuss at the table in concept. You really need to see what it's going to look like. So those are my comments. If it didn't have the cupola on it, I think we could motion for approval with some adjustments to the dormer and you'd probably be fine. So for me, it's the cupola.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Diane?
Yes, I agree with the cupola is too heavy, too big, too many windows for the house. It and also I agree with bringing the dormer in so it's 3 feet from the side. I guess that dormer is, when you see it from all the sides, you don't even realize how big it is until you see it from, I guess, the south or the north elevation. So I agree with what's been said. I'd like to see it. I'd like to have it come back to us and see what it looks like and choose a proper dormer, monitor, whatever you want to call it. I think it needs to be done. I also would like to know, it's not being touched, so that's all right. Those windows that are on the second floor under the dormer that I can't understand whether that's a porchy thing or those are glass. But I agree with what's been said basically, and I'd like to see it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I think I agree with the other board members about bringing in the dormers to we say 3 feet on either side is the norm. I think the 4 windows are now competing with those, and if you're going to touch them, I would have them equally spaced like the other 2 windows that you have proposed on either side, so they relate as one dormered window. And then I would reduce the cupola to either two windows or, yeah, right now it's making such a huge statement. It's not even reading really as a cupola. It's more like I'm not sure what the architectural term is, but so I would reduce the fenestration on that west elevation. In the back, I don't think it matters, but thank you.
Thanks, Abby. I agree with other comments. With respect to the dormer, you understand what we're talking about there. And my concerns are to the extent that's visible. It's not in any way ever going to be visible. You know, there's not side streets and so on and so forth. I'm not concerned about it. And then with respect to, we've got some discretion on how we proceed here. The cupola, is this something you would like to work on some revisions and some potential alternates and hold the whole thing together? Or are you on a schedule and you'd like to get approval on what we can approve and you come back on the cupola?
Mr. Chair, if you would mind, Would you be willing to go forward with it if we were to say we would do a 3-foot setback on the second floor dormer and reduce the cupola? I don't know if you have a size in mind or.
I think folks want to see the cupola. So
Okay.
it would either be without prejudice, the cupola isn't approved, and you get an approval on the rest, subject to some minor modifications, or just go ahead and make the revisions we've discussed and bring it back, and we'll dispense with it at the next hearing.
Is that new business or is that?
You'll be under old business. Your hearing will be subject to when you resubmit. So the quicker you resubmit, the quicker you'll be reheard. So those are your two options. Abby?
Just quickly, on the north elevation where you have 2 windows in the cupola, if it became a square, I think it would be a little more easy to digest
I understand.
as an architectural element.
I understand. Also, I don't know if this is of any interest to you. I took photographs today. There are 3 other cupolas on our street. There's a total of 6 properties, and there's other buildings with cupolas. I don't know if that.
I think it has to do with proportion.
Yeah, no, I didn't know
Yeah.
if you wanted this for your
I
information.
think at this point in the discussion, I think it'd probably be more beneficial to include those
Okay.
if you decide you want to come back with the revisions.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know you
house.
want us to have a motion to hold for revisions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So
and
moved.
Abby?
Yep.
On your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, well, thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
All right, that brings us to 20 Arrowhead. Hey, Robbie.
And you can see that from the phone.
Can you?
Yeah,
Okay.
he
Yeah,
has pictures of it. I thought I put this on consent.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Hi.
When you're ready, Robbie.
Okay, I guess the drawings would be better. But anyway, yeah, let's go to the drawings if we could. There we go. And I think there are elevations as well, but the concept is there's a exterior stairway in the back that the J. Jones would like to pull out from the second floor deck form. Explain to him the 8-foot desire of for that second floor deck to be at 8 feet, and he's just requesting that perhaps we could just pull that stair element out so that they get more use of that entire deck space instead of breaking it up with a stairway. So it's around the back. It's on the parking lot side of the old Yates building. Certainly not on the street. It is on the corner of Hinsdale and Arrowhead, but it is around the back towards the plumber supply quadrant of the property. So.
Okay, thank you. So your board will be Abby, Diane, Val, Connie, and myself. And any questions?
No,
You
I
wanna
thought I
start,
put this
Val?
on consent. I don't know why it's not. But anyway, I have no problem with it.
Okay, let's see. Diane?
If it's not visible, I don't have a problem with it. I find I'd rather see it tied up to the building, but if they're looking for space up on the deck, I guess this is the way to do it.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I don't quite understand why the stairs aren't incorporated into that 8-foot deck.
He just said why.
They were originally.
Through the chair, please, Ms. Oliver.
So, say it again?
Originally, they were inside the fabric of the deck. Okay, so they would like to pull it out so that they get more actual deck space. And it is stepped as it goes up, so it's not the same level of the deck. I understand completely what you're saying. However, just for usefulness and I guess comfort of the people who live there, using that deck space as deck rather than circulation is a benefit to them.
Yeah, no, to me, it just looks a little odd, so,
So your question was rhetorical,
yeah.
somewhat? Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Connie,
I have no issue with this. Thank you.
okay. Robbie, what's the visibility of that deck portion, the first story empty space?
It's on the corner of Hinsdale and Arrowhead.
The
This
structure
is
or the
towards the
deck?
back. Are you familiar with the old Yates building?
Yeah, yeah.
Right? It's in the back where
Okay.
they used to fill the gas tanks.
Yeah, so the reason I ask is the spirit of John McLaughlin is slapping me upside the head if I say, oh, yeah, it's okay. But given the lack of visibility or highly limited visibility and the location and so on and so forth, I wouldn't be as concerned about it.
Okay.
What would we like to do, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, so Val on your motion,
Aye.
and let's see, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of a no, I'll say no.
okay, Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, and so the record reflects 4 in favor, Abby opposed. It is, let's see, we are on number 8, 5 Grant Ave.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. And it's break time, so we'll do I don't know, what do we normally do, an 8-minute break or something? 3-minute?
Half
10?
an hour.
A 10-minute break?
I'm gonna run to the grocery store then, and so if I'm not back, I'll be back shortly.
We'll hold you.
Are you
Okay.
still in Hawaii?
No, unfortunately.
Oh,
Oh.
too bad for you. Okay, so we'll be back at 5:20 if you could
Okay.
put up a little
Thanks.
sign for people.
Okay, thank you.
Is our pizza here?
Yeah,
Okay.
smell it.
I'm gonna run to the grocery store, you're gonna have to be well behaved and sit in your crate. If I need to go out.
Lisa, we can hear you.
Yeah, I had a full knee replacement.
Is she talking to?
Oh, that's weird.
You're welcome.
Hey Fiona, if you can hear me, you need to go over to the other computer and unmute the room. Yep. Just go to NCTV Town Department in the Zoom and unmute.
There you go.
Perfect.
She said perfect. All right. Yeah, the only other thing I would say is ask Charles in the booth. Okay. But he's not there. Oh, he's not. No, I do. I just next week I'll have to find out. It's just annoying for you trying to see it. Yeah, it's tiny, you know what I mean? What am I in it? Oh, thanks, Tor. And then, sorry, I wasn't much.
So did you end up doing exhibit A with Billy and we'll add it to the other draft? I didn't check. Okay, I'll check right now. I can do it.
Come on, check, have it up here. Come
Okay,
on.
thank you.
What's the address again?
15 Marsh Hawk Lane. Okay, are you gonna eat dinner before? Okay, are you gonna be okay not eating dinner? So 7:30? Okay. So Renee will pick you up? Yeah, has she been to Christmas yet? It's hard to find. I'd rather you just get picked up at Dance's. It's late and it's a school night. Means for the students to eat. So you can change at dance in your clothes. If you bring all of these clothes. You can put that on at dance. It's really late at night to have two more stuff. And you haven't had the right now. I told him right now. So I'd like you to get picked up at dance and bring all of your schools to dance with you and your clothes to change back into after.
Oh. I know, it's gonna pour, right?
Good night.
Yeah, you too. Thank you very much.
Oh, fine. Oh,
No worries.
all right, we're gonna fire this engine up. And we are on number 8 of 319 new business by Grant Ave. Lisa, you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, great.
Sorry, I was muted.
No, that's fine. Why don't you lead us in?
Okay, so this is as part of a bigger project. We are removing the garage, the gravel driveway, and the doors that are currently on the side of that guest house building, which we haven't come to you with that design yet. And we're suggesting a small single-story garage in the front of this structure, in the front of this property now. So the next application will show a landscape plan showing a slightly different driveway configuration. But in essence, the existing gravel drive that you see on our plan will disappear. And then you will have just this new single-story garage in the front. That's the elevation facing the bluff. This is the elevation that is facing, I believe, the other pool house structure. I think I might have that wrong. Oh, sorry. No, that's facing the neighbor. This is the elevation facing the road. And then this is the elevation facing the pool house structure. So it's a pretty simple building. The details are to match the existing house. White trim, white windows. The windows on the garage, on the existing guest house that used to have the garage in it are 6/6s. The main house windows are 2/2s, I believe. So we opted to match the windows on the existing guest house structure to keep them congruous with each other.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. I neglected to turn on my mic. Your board is going to be Abby, Diane, Val, Joe, and myself, and it'll be for this, and then you guys will carry on for the next one, 5 Grand Ave. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to mention that the main house, which has been altered, was the James H. Gibbs house from originally 1870. I do think that this is a full enough design, and the fenestration to match the other structure. I think it's approvable. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mickey, does your group have anything?
We had no concerns, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin? Joe?
I structure is appropriate as drawn.
Thank you. Let's see, Diane?
It is appropriate. I have no problem with it.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm just.
Val?
Aye. Yes.
Abby?
I'm, so I just want to get this right, because I wish I had a.
Looked at it.
Oh, okay, so, looking at, you've got a photograph.
I can't hear you, Abby.
Sorry, Lisa, on your
yeah.
southwest photograph, there, it's the, that's the front of the
main
house.
That's the main house, yes. That's
And the
different.
structure to the right is a guest cottage?
No, the structure that's a guest cottage is to the left. You can see it in the aerial,
Can we go to the site plan?
or go to the aerial picture.
you
We
got an
have an
aerial?
aerial picture before the one that Abby was just looking at. I think other direction, Fiona. There we go. That picture, that building in the front left is the guest house. And this building's gonna go on the front right.
Okay, can we go to the site plan?
My concern would be that it's kind of is it obliterating the front door completely now that?
Well, the front door is way off to the side. You don't really see it for the driveway or the road anyway, is where those stepping stones are going to that porch.
Yeah.
Is the front door, so it's not really visible from the road at this point anyway.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to abstain from this one because I
Okay.
don't quite understand it.
That was a lot of work.
Yeah,
You sure you want to abstain?
yeah.
Okay. Let's see, so I think that leaves me, and I think it's a charming little building. How about a motion?
Motion
Make a
to
motion
approve
to
is
approve.
submitted.
Other Diane beat you, Diane. On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Abstain.
abstains, and I'm an aye. Okay, so 4 in favor, Abby abstains for the record. We're gonna
For
move
the
on.
next one,
ahead.
Steve, would it make sense for me to share my screen?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
I know Mickey was saying that the drawings were illegible, so I'm hoping maybe I can.
Hey, Lisa, I can
Yeah.
share my screen if
Oh,
you
you're here,
can't get
Heather.
that up.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Okay, go. So I will stop sharing my screen. Hold on. No, you go ahead.
Okay,
Perfect.
let me bring this up. Should I start on the site plan?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
great.
Okay.
Maybe enlarge it a little bit, Heather, so that people can see more the parking court area.
Sure. Is that good?
Yeah, just use your mouse to point out that elements you're discussing.
Okay. What we are proposing on this design is that proposed new garage location that Lisa was speaking about just now. Updating the driveway location and the curb cut on the property. You can see this dashed line here on the plan. That is the existing driveway and the existing curb cut. We are proposing some new fencing around the property for the pool code fencing. I think this was originally submitted a few months ago with some pool code fencing, but right now we're looking to fill in the purple on the west side of the property. There's that traditional fencing on Nantucket with the paneled picket fence with that top rail. There's a few empty portions on that west property line, so we're looking to fill that in with that same exact fencing in those empty sections. And then in the red, we're looking to do a hidden fence, just the stainless steel mesh fencing with the cedar pickets that would be hidden in the hedge. It would be on the owner's side of the property, so no one would see that fencing outside of the property or at the neighbor's property. At the rear of the property, we're proposing a generator area. We were able to take some photos on that slope for the road below the property. I do have those to share if you wanted to see that you cannot see this generator area on the slope. And then for the pool that was previously approved, we are proposing some new terracing and finishing with the front of the property with some decorative fencing.
Okay, Heather, do you have an image of the decorative fencing?
I do. It did not read that well in our CAD image, so this would be that decorative gate at the front of the property right here. I can go back. I also have a model that shows that gate at that front of the property if you wanted to see that as well.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay. So this would be the front of the property looking in with that new garage location, new curb cut, and driveway location, and just a few different views of the gate we are proposing. It is horizontal slats. No, it is slats set at an angle. What we were trying to do is match the roof lines of the house for this gate, since there were so many different roof lines on the property.
Heather, is it possible without losing legibility to click in a couple more times on that? Just for the
sure.
members? There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you want to comment on before we ask questions and get started, Heather?
Probably not. I think let's start with the questions.
Okay, sounds good. Any questions? Again, it's Abby, Diane, Val, Joe, and myself.
What is the slat part made of?
We just wanted to have 5/4 inch wood, and then it would just be a 2x2 frame. It would just be simple painted cedar.
Which
Well,
gate?
wait, one at a time. Val, anything else?
Yeah, that answered my question.
Okay, Diane and then Abby.
that gate that I'm looking at with the tree and the hedge, I think that gate is inappropriate. You're on an old street with an old house, and that is very modern.
Mhm.
And the other fencing I've seen around that you had that was sort of just gray is very modern also. And
Mhm.
I'd like to see it a little more keeping with what kind of fencing there's around there. Okay.
If
Thanks.
if we were to do that, we were looking at another option I can share.
Okay, Heather, one sec before.
Yeah, Heather, let
Okay.
everybody
Hold on,
speak
hold
first.
on,
Oh, okay.
everybody.
Yeah.
Tighten it up. Abby, did you have a question or did you want to go to comments?
No, I'll go, I'll see what the alternative
Okay.
is, because I think that's a little modern or something.
Okay. You all at that end, if you want to decide to show us, you're going to show us something, go ahead and show it.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I do have Mr. Chair comments for you all.
Yep. The gate on the right-hand side was what we kind of a little less modern, and just having, instead of having 5x4 slats, beefing it up a little to more like a fence panel and having a 4x1 or something. I don't know the exact depth of that dimension. That's why I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Hi.
All right. Any other questions?
I have a
Okay.
question.
Holly? Oh, Joe?
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to read the height of this. Is it 6 feet?
I believe so. Let me just double check on that one.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
it is
now it's
6 feet.
nice and clear. Okay.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the revised driveway will need an apron with the shell that's being proposed, and to be in compliance with zoning bylaw 139-20.1. So that apron will need to be included in there. The mesh fence should be obviously kept invisible in perpetuity. The gate design is very atypical and not as recommended within building with Nantucket in mind. Should be natural to weather and be more appropriate. And I just wanted to mention about those cedar posts, that they should be kept natural to weather. And I'm glad to hear that they'll be inbound, not outbound.
Yep.
So those are the details. Fence design should mimic what's in building with Nantucket in mind. So thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Let's see, Mickey's group.
Yeah, similar comments about the gate. I guess if that's what Holly was referring to, that 6 foot tall gate with the diagonal members is not appropriate. That should be more traditional. And 6 feet is also really tall for a gate. That should be lower. And also the driveway, the material is fine, but it just seems like a lot of driveway. And that's what's going to be kind of visible from the street. In fact, if the size of the shelled area could be reduced, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Why don't we start? Does someone have a burning desire to be first?
I just have a few more questions.
Okay,
because
why don't you go
every
ahead?
time I go to open this, I can't read what it says, so I just want to ask some questions.
Go ahead, Abby.
That's okay. So I understand that on Grant Ave, you're going to have a type 2 picket around the front. But as you go to the back, where it has red, what is the height of that fence, and what style is that, as it goes back and around the whole property?
That would be a 4-foot fence, and it's going to disappear in the hedge. It would be located on their side of the property line of the hedge. It would be cedar post, not painted, so it would be allowed to weather, and it would be a mesh, like a stainless steel mesh, so it
Okay,
would disappear.
All right, great. Okay, I didn't get that. And that's the same on the other side, on the pool side?
The pool side right now, there is already, I don't know if that's what you consider a type 2 fence, but it's already that picket Nantucket fence with the top rail. It isn't 100% complete along that property line, so we'd just be filling in the empty spaces with that fence.
And that's
But you'll
natural
be
to weather, correct,
you'll-
Heather?
That is natural weathered, yes.
So okay, so the poolside fence is natural to weather like a board?
Yes.
Oh,
That
okay,
type of
gotcha. I
thicket.
just, Val just showed me a picture.
Yeah, it's this one right here. There's a
Okay.
few empty sections, so we'd be filling that in.
Okay, I get it, and I understand the fencing now. I appreciate the fact that it will be mesh and sort of go into the hedge and not be so fenced in. But I do think the shell, is it shell driveway? Could be made a little organic and smaller, I think. Right now, it's like, it's obliterating everything. It seems to be all about the driveway, if I'm reading this correctly. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Abby. Let's see, Diane?
Yep, I just think that the fencing is too, it's like fencing out in Tom Nevers somewhere. This is on Grant Avenue, up on the cliff. I think that the pool fencing, I don't think you're going to be overrun with deer, number one. Number two, you put fencing around 95% of the property, which is, I believe, is too much. And it should be a typical Nantucket fence. I think to have the heavy fence in the front, Grant Avenue along these particular houses have always been sort of open, and you could walk from one to the other and see the little house and the garage and up the street. And I think the fencing that has been proposed here is too heavy. I think it detracts from the property, and I don't think it is typical to be on the cliff area at all. So there you are.
Thank you, Diane. Joe?
That we'll call it the gate, the center gate, and actually the two flanking gates should probably be 5 feet tall, not 6 feet tall. And I would look at the type 2 fence as inspiration for the gate design. I think that the diagonal, either of the options that you sent, actually I like the first option more than the second option, but I still think that they're a little incongruent with what else is happening on the property. So I think you should look to the type 2 fence. I mean, the other fencing that's hidden in the privet, I don't have an issue with. And as far as the surface area of the driveway, just in response to Abby's comment, I'm looking at the dashed area of the existing drive, and it extends further into the property, and I feel like you're consolidating it towards the front. If I had to guess, I'd say they're probably pretty close in square footage, so that I don't have an issue with that. So I guess it really boils down to the gate, the height and the design of the gates. Those are my comments.
With the driveway right now, as is, there's 2 parking spaces in this empty kind of portion right here, not including the one in the garage. And what we're adding to the west of the garage is 2 spaces. So we are, like you said, we're not adding too much onto the driveway. We're just moving it closer to the road.
Thanks, Heather. Let's see, Val?
I think the only concern I have is the gate. It seems as though a lot of the fencing is matching what's there, and that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you. So I agree with Joe with the exception of the gate styles. If number 2, I think I like more, but I think it's inappropriate for this location. The other comment I'd make is to the extent, if any, the proposed fencing would create a stockade-like effect, not a stockade fence, but a stockade-like fence. I'd be concerned, but if there's not visibility, then I'm not concerned. As long as there is appropriate plant material planted so as to create a softening effect on the neighbor side, which is, I believe our guidelines require every alternating section, some type of a vine material or a material that will be taller than the fence and soften it. And those are my comments. What would we like to do, folks?
I do have another question, sorry,
Val,
Mr. Chair,
go
through
ahead.
you. Just to make sure, because it's not reading that way, it's hard to read this, it's blurry, but the fence is going inboard of the hedge to the owner, not to the next door neighbor.
Correct, it will.
Okay, it's just not reading that way. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we would want to clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Val. Good point.
Just,
What would
can I
you-
clarify
Abby,
one
go
more
ahead.
thing before
Yeah.
I vote? That the front of the house on Grant Ave is a hedge on Grant Ave, and then beyond that is the type 2 picket, natural to weather?
Yes.
Is that how you're
That's how
reading
I'm understanding it.
Okay.
Yes, there's a
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right.
And Lisa, while you're here,
Yes.
I mean, do you want to, what's your read on making some modifications, or should we, do you want to
I
go
mean,
back?
I think if you wanted to make the approval based on making the gate more typical, more picket style, and then that would be great. And then Heather could work on some different styles, and we could come back for that at a later date when she has time to look at that with the client. But I think getting the rest of it approved would be helpful.
Okay. So
Mr.
Joe,
Chair?
what's your comfort level on markup for type 2 derivatives of gates, more as a text notation and notation to relocate the fence to the interior of the privet?
Yeah, in terms of an interpretation of the site plan.
Yeah, just as an exhibit, I'm thinking.
Yeah, that would be fine. I think, and verbally, I think we could capture that pretty easily too.
Yeah, so I think if you'd like to make that motion.
Sure.
Mr.
So
Chair?
Oh, hold on, we got two things, Joe, I'm sorry. First, Val.
As Holly mentioned, it's not showing an apron, but the existing seems to have an apron.
The cobblestone, right?
It is a
It
cobblestone.
looks like Belgian block.
A
but,
Belgian block.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me.
Just to make sure that that's illustrated on the plan and that it conforms to.
Okay, thank you. And Holly, was that your comment too?
Yes, sir.
Or was that
Thank
Heather
you.
who wanted to speak?
Oh,
Okay,
no, I'm good.
okay. So to just facilitate this, we're looking at an Exhibit A with Belgian block apron as per the existing, relocate the fence to the interior of the privet, and type 2 derivative gates no taller than 5 feet. Is that what you're comfortable making an exhibit and a motion for, Joe?
Yes. So
Okay,
That's
so
fine.
on your motion,
aye.
thank you. Val?
I would say aye, and can we have somebody look at that gate to attest that's what we want
Or is
in
it
the
coming back to
office?
us?
I believe they're looking to, I mean, we can, but they're coming back because that's not what they
Oh,
want.
they're, okay.
Yeah,
I thought
they're
you-
just trying to get an approval to move
Okay,
forward.
okay. I misunderstood, sorry.
No, that's fine. Diane?
Yeah, if it comes back before it's put up, I would say yes, but it concerns me, the fencing around this whole building, so I'd rather
Okay.
not do it through staff. I'd rather, if it can, come back.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, the gates would be coming back if they're going to do something other than the type 2 base fence gate.
Yeah,
style.
and I think it's important to look at the photos provided because it's showing how the hedge has existing natural to weather type 2 picket, and they're just matching that. So I think maybe that would clarify.
Okay, I appreciate that. Abby?
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye. All right, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, guys.
That moves us to 21 Pleasant, And let's see, it's Abby, Diane, Val. Is Connie's here? I was just curious if Carrie has come in yet, and myself. All right,
That's good.
Tori, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
I want to start though procedurally. Holly, I know your voice is
Carrie
kind of
is in the
shot.
Zoom.
Pardon me?
Carrie is in the Zoom.
Okay, so I'll note that for her next, she'll be on the next one. Holly, on the, this application has a outstanding matter, is that correct?
Not this application.
Yes, Mr.
This
Chair.
structure,
Yeah.
and that's a notice of violation?
I believe so. I think we sent a notice violation, and the last time you all heard on that application, bear with me, I believe was April of last year. We have not seen anything since.
Okay, and that is the foundation hasn't been resolved, that the alterations to the foundation.
That is
And-
correct.
So grade was set at prior existing and modifications to the material in the presentation and the extent of the foundation were unresolved.
If I may. sir.
Well, I just,
Okay.
let us, I'm going to let you, I just want to get
Okay.
our process.
Yeah, no problem.
Is that your recollection, Holly?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
So the quandary that we're in then, having looked at this, is two-part. One, excuse me. As a board, we have a landscape which doesn't have a lot of teeth, to be frank, if a COA is withheld, which we've learned on other applications recently, which can be detrimental and materially detrimental. And two, we have an open matter that is, of relative importance given that this house is listed and it's a contributing structure. So my concern is and Tori, you'll get a minute to speak or a few minutes to speak. My concern is if we move forward with this without the foundation issues resolved, that we're opening ourselves up to exposure where we don't have control over final outcomes. And that is, I think, a reasonable and legitimate concern. So what I would ask the applicant, and you can respond when you respond, is that you guys come in with the foundation, let's get that resolved, and we'll have this track so that the end result of that discussion will then inform the basis for the discussion of the hardscape, which includes parking and so on and so forth. It's your turn.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. To return back to the initial comment, Steve, with the COA that's currently open regarding the foundation specifically at 21 Pleasant Street that revolves around the house structure itself, not the exterior landscape, as a completely separate certificate of appropriateness application. We have satisfied the violation letter in full. I have confirmed with the Planning and Land Use Department many months ago that that was completely satisfied. We've paid the violation. We've submitted the application, which were the specifics of the letter. Specifically, as Holly mentioned, when we were before you in April, we left with an HGC board request to do a parging sample, which has not been completed yet, but is fully intended to be completed. We are of the opinion that both applications are completely independent of each other, and to expeditiously and efficiently process both of them and not have one hold up the other, we would propose that we should be heard this evening. We feel that we have a very appropriate and articulated, organized design for the property, for the neighborhood, for the age of the home, and for the surrounding precedent set by the photos you see included with our application. And we, again, the biggest reason to not make one codependent on the other would be to not hold up one being done and the other not. They will be simultaneously being performed and provided to you as requested.
Okay, so I just want to back into that a little bit.
Sure.
One, as a practical matter, the parging, whatever, is going to need to be done before the landscaping. So it would make sense to have that resolved. Two, I don't recall that it being as simple a matter as parging.
That's the request that was left. That's how we left it.
Three, I think that these are reasonably intertwined enough that they're not actually separate matters. They're certainly separate applications, but this revolves back to matters open under the open COA. And thirdly, Holly, have you been informed as the person who accepts and reviews applications or otherwise that this is resolved, the open COA? And
I didn't say it was resolved.
you did actually, but that's not the point. Holly, can you
Mr.
comment on
Chair, as far as I'm aware, this COA is still open. I checked our software system this morning. I have not seen anything to resolve the foundation issues that this board requested additional information back in April of last year.
And Holly, can you does it reflect, do you have it handy? And if so, does it reflect where we left it or?
I only have my own staff notes. Unfortunately, I do not have the file in front of me at home.
Okay, so I think.
I think I remember what it is.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the thing was, it was a particular type of foundation that had a German name to it or something. And it was like cinder blocks, but it had sort of a bumpy surface. And I think what we thought we were asking for was a replication of that, that you would parge it and somehow make it to scale that particular style of foundation was.
You're correct.
That's what I remembered.
Right.
That would happen.
But since that time, there's been work done that is not on the COA for the foundation, which includes window wells that previously didn't exist. So we've veered from foundation into hardscape connected to the structure, and now we have a hardscape application in front of us. So again, I would put to the applicant that it would be most appropriate to come in and we resolve the foundation, and this would track, and then the hardscape could be the very next application in our process.
If I may comment when you're ready.
You may comment, but then we're going to vote on that.
Just to be clear,
Yeah.
what I was saying, what was resolved was the violation letter specifically. Everything requested of us in the violation letter has been resolved, and I have confirmed that with the Planning and Land Use Department many months ago. That's 100%, the letter.
Holly,
I'm just letting you, I'm being
please,
clear.
yeah, I'll recognize
I'm
you.
clarifying what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. I admit and have acknowledged that there's an open COA, and what we need to do, Abby's recollection is correct. That's exactly what was requested of us. Furthermore, just to your more recent comment about the window wells, they have been fully approved and signed off on a COA prior to the COA that was submitted to remedy the foundation. So the
Holly,
window wells have been approved.
Okay, so,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Holly, do you recall getting an application revision, which would, the next step would
No.
normally be
No,
that
sir.
we would have a hearing? So that's really the only thing that would resolve this matter with respect to the notice of violation, because the notice of violation, typically, I don't have it in front of me, requests that a application materials be put in order to pursue remedy of the violation.
That's exactly what
So
was
that
open right
has
now.
not, excuse me, Tori, that has not, according to what we hear, happened. Or we would have, when was this last heard, Holly?
April 13th, 2023.
Okay, so nearly a year ago. And I mean, obviously you all haven't come in and said, hey, this hasn't been heard. So I'm kind of leading to the conclusion that we don't have the materials we need in order to process for a hearing.
If I may clarify when you're ready.
No, I don't want to go back and forth,
Steve,
Tori.
what you said was
Tori,
incorrect.
I'm not going to go back and forth with you. We've spent
Can
too
I
much
make
time
this-
on this.
Can
The
I
window
make
wells
this-
are not part of the approved COA currently. And I would just like to move through this. You've had an opportunity to speak.
And I have another
You clearly
comment,
are not
please.
receptive to the suggestion to facilitate these issues. And I don't want to get into a situation where my blood pressure rises.
I don't
It's-
either,
it's
but the
simply
documentation
unnecessary.
is
Thank you.
unclear
I-
right now. What you have
Tori,
said
Can
is
I
not
make
honest.
a,
Tori,
make
you've
a-
had, hold on, Diane, please. Tori, you've had an opportunity to state your case. You're now being circular, so we're going to hold off on that.
No, I-
Diane, you can make a comment, and then we're going to get a
okay,
motion
all
to
my
have this
comment
track.
is that if this was approved, then I would like to see the actual paper with the signatures on it. Not, it's over there, we got it. If they got it, then they should have an actual paper copy. That should
Okay.
answer the question of when it happened, if it happened, and who has it.
Okay, that's a valid point. Tori, you got 30 seconds.
Great. For the record, the violation letter asked us to submit a COA. That COA has been submitted. It was last heard, as Holly documented, April 13th, 2023. That is what was requested in the violation letter. That is the current COA that we are mentioning tonight that currently remains open. It is completely independent of this application.
Okay, thank you. So as we all know, a COA is a certificate of appropriateness, and it's not in effect until it's been approved and signed as such. The last hearing we had on the matter we're discussing, which is related to this one, is that there was a violation and it needed to be remedied. In order to remedy it, you need to turn in drawings, you need to have a hearing, and you need to have a discussion, and you need to have a vote in order to have a COA. So you can't turn in a COA to rectify something just by doing that. It needs to come in front of the commission again, and I think we all understand that.
We all agree.
So that brings us back to where I was probably 10 minutes ago, suggesting that we have this track, the open matter on the House, and we hear them when they both come in.
Can I ask something on behalf of the applicant? With that said,
Yeah?
how would holding up this approval and this work from different contractors, different frame of contractors, different everything, speed up the other one? In our opinion, it would only delay both of them.
It seems as though the foundation work would have to be done
Val, go ahead.
prior to doing any landscaping.
Of course, but
Yeah.
the approval is a different thing.
So
I disagree. I think this is getting very confusing.
unnecessarily.
Yeah.
I think
Foundation
the
work.
chairman should say what he wants, and that's it.
Okay, the foundation work needs to be resolved so that the hardscaping can then be put in. So in terms of their sequence and timeline, the foundation comes first. In terms of having an open issue that involves a subsidiary matter, which is the open issue being the foundation and the subsidiary matter being the hardscape, it is very common, in fact, almost never otherwise happens, that we have the subsidiary track if there's an open issue. So with that having been said, it is Abby, Diane, Val, Connie, and myself. And I think what we're looking at is a motion to have the hardscape application track resolution of the open foundation, whatever those matters are. Is there anyone who would make a motion?
I just have a question about the
I'd make
board.
The board is Abby, Diane, Val, Connie, myself. Joe is an alternate,
Thank you,
and Carrie is an alternate.
thank you.
I would make that motion for you, or you can make it,
Okay.
and I'll say aye.
Okay, so on your motion, Diane?
Yes, aye.
All right, Val?
I'm not really sure I understand. They have to clear up the foundation thing, like actually do the work?
No, get a COA, get an approval.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Make sense?
Okay.
Okay. Abby?
I'm good with that.
With this to track with
With
it.
this to track, yep.
Yeah.
Connie?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, Tori. All right, let's see, our next one is 15 Marsh Hawk Lane. And that is going to be Tori, and it's going to be, Abby, did you want to say something? You want to sit off?
I was going to say that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So it will be Diane, Val, Joe, and Carrie. and myself.
Ready for me?
Sure.
Okay, great. So, couple things. Since we have submitted this, we are in tandem applying to the Conservation Commission because there are relevant wetlands on this property. The original design submitted that you see before you here, the 50-foot, 25-foot wetland buffers have now come back more into the middle of the original design that's bubbled here. And I did submit an Exhibit A, if you are open to looking at it, moving the pool to the west with the patio in a different configuration, if you're willing to review that this evening. The parcel is located at the end of a dead end, very well wooded, and large lot, large parcel, surrounded by a lot of mature landscaping, and we do not anticipate any visibility from a public way. It's okay. I have it open on my laptop if they want to look at it.
Okay. And can we go back, thank you, can we go back to the landscape plan? And zoom right in on that. Right up on the bubble. A little bit more.
If I may continue, just a couple comments. So you can see here, it's really in line with the front corner of the house, coming slightly forward of the house. That entrance to the driveway you saw that was very well landscaped and wooded, year-round vegetation, runs right from that driveway almost to the edge of the bubble right now and will remain that depth. You'll see in the Exhibit A, if you are apt to look at it this evening, that the 50 and 25 yard wetland setback now cuts to the middle of this pool. So we have to move it very much to the west and rotate it, which Fiona does have open on my computer if you'd like to look at that.
Okay, the problem is Diane can't see it.
Right. I emailed it to the O drive. I thought Billy had uploaded it, but I didn't see it on the O drive.
Yeah, so Diane, just in case you didn't catch that tail end, what Tori's informing us is that due to a wetlands restriction, they had to relocate the pool, but we don't have a drawing of it to show you on the screen.
I might be able to screen share.
So,
I think,
go ahead. And we don't have,
Yeah,
I just want to be clear, we also don't have a drawing to show to the public if anyone is here to speak.
right, on
can
that
screen share.
50-foot distance, and then you got the corner of the pool on the one we're working on, but I know it's bigger. If you just turn the pool so it sort of goes parallel with the driveway, is that what you have planned?
Yeah. So Tori's going to screen share.
Yeah, this is a waste to look at this.
Yeah. And I would also like you to email what you show her before
They have it.
we wrap up.
Yep, I sent it.
Okay.
Fiona, you gotta unshare.
Question. Anyone got any good jokes? Anything happen fun for April Fools?
Thank you for your
Uh,
patience.
Did you guys get the marshmallow farming thing I sent, Sarah?
You mean for peeps?
No, just the weather front that's coming in and it's how it's affecting people.
I'm just gonna take this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does Holly have to give me permission to share? or-
Holly, does Tori need to do something in particular, or do you need to, for her to share now that she's registered or in the group? Tori, if you just zoom in, we can probably see it over your shoulder.
What'd you say? Oh.
All right, we're gonna have to move this one along, guys.
I just don't have the option to share yet.
Not to put the Mission Impossible pressure on you, but. Do we need to be doing something else for you to be able to share?
Holly just connected it.
Tori, you should be able to share now.
Thank you, Holly.
Oh.
Tori, you're gonna have to back out of that because what you're sharing is
Should be a
the,
minute.
stop and then restart, because what you're sharing is your file explorer, not the image. It's a good thing your Christmas list wasn't in there. The kids would have seen it. All right.
So there's the newly proposed,
Can you zoom out just a little bit here so we can see the relationship to Marshall Lane?
you can see the diameters of the wetlands.
There it goes.
Can you zoom out just a little bit?
Zoom out, yeah.
So we
Like
can see.
closer in or out?
Out, so we can see Marshock Lane and stuff too, or where it is. Okay. All right, here we go, folks. I think we've presented, and again, you may have to shut off your volume because we're going to get reverb. It's Diane, Val, Connie, Joe, and myself, and I still hear the echo. Okay, who'd like to go?
I will.
Val?
What is the red indicating?
That is the electric and gas lines underground.
Okay, so for me, what's different about this that was making the other thing maybe okay is that the driveway was curved. This is straight in, it's closer to the road. And I just think it's an odd situation to drive into a driveway and there's a ginormous pool before a house. It's almost like the parking and the pool should be reversed in position.
Yes.
I'm not convinced that it's screened enough. I mean, I know the garden group will do a good job, but it just, I need more of something, assurance.
With respect to screening or?
Yeah, and like, it's a
layout?
straight shot into the driveway now instead of curved. The driveway's moved way over.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, let's see. I may have misstated who was on this. Carrie.
I'm here.
And would you like to comment?
Yeah, I agree with Val. I think that corner is just cutting it very close to the driveway and the dead end road. It is a dead end road, which is a, benefit for these people, but I wonder if they should look at putting the pool in the back and switching the parking as Val is suggesting.
Okay, thanks. Joe?
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I think to further reinforce that, I think there's a 30-foot front yard setback here. And I'm guessing that the pool wouldn't meet that as drawn. So I think I think they should seriously consider Val's idea.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Diane? Diane? You're muted if you're, is she with us?
Sorry, I'm right here.
Okay.
No, I agree with what Val said. It's got to go. There's enough room to put it over there. I saw that when I was doing consents and stuff. So it would be the only visible pool that's there. There may be another one at 5, but it you got enough room to move it back and stay within the 50 feet for the wetlands, or not park so many cars. You got parking there for 6 cars. Something has to go.
Wait one second. Diane, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, Val?
I was just going to say to Tori, if you can come in with some sort of robust screening, it could potentially stay there. But
Yep.
as it is just showing us right now, I would not be in favor of this location, even
Yeah.
with the caveat.
Okay,
Right.
thank you. So I agree mostly with Joe's comments, and the concern about the setback would be resolved separately, but you might want to get ahead of that. And clearly relocation to the back allows for the driveway to be serpentine, which I think is very much in keeping with this area. Things are hidden and not long lengths of driveways. So people are going to think this is I'm not jesting a little bit, but it's like a long shell path to other homes, because it's going to be this nice, clean, straight shot. So
If
how
I
about
may, before you vote, I just have a couple comments to
Yeah.
the comments. Oh, you want me to go now? Okay, so just a couple points of clarification based on the comments that have been put forward. The existing shed and parking is existing right now, the way it is. And you can faintly see the yellow 25-foot wetland line kind of wraps right behind that shed, behind the parking. So if we were to relocate the pool to that area, it would be smack in your face, driving straight into the pool, and we'd have to redesign the entire existing driveway to come to where it currently is not existing, based on the comments. I do appreciate the offer to bring in a substantial,
Okay,
but the wetland line is there, so it would be to the left of that, it would be west of that. So I appreciate the suggestions, I appreciate all of the information. This property is a generational property that's been in the family for about 25 years, and they do have intentions to do a second dwelling eventually, so that was where they were hoping to do the second dwelling in the future. So that's just neither here nor there, but just another reason they were trying to locate the pool where we currently have it designed.
okay, thank you. Can we go back to the images from Marshak, please?
On screen share? Yeah.
I'm not sure who we're hearing.
Should have bought a bigger place.
Or just zoom out on this one, if you don't mind. Yeah, that's what I thought I saw as a driveway. That's not what's in the other drawing. So there's some incongruity with
Yeah, no,
what's being presented.
you were correct. The driveway on the plan we were just looking at is newly proposed, but you can see the parking to the left is existing. I think he tucked it in the new diversion to the left of the shed, right?
Okay.
And then
so-
to the right.
Okay, so the straight shot driveway, just for purposes of clarity, is not something that exists.
No, that was proposed, correct.
Okay, and so clearly there isn't support for the pool as proposed, so we would like a motion for revisions and maybe a view.
I'll make that motion. Motion for revisions, more information, and a view.
Okay, and let's see, on your motion, Val?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tori. Okay, so that brings us to 38 Chuck Hollow. Is Yuri here?
I don't see any picture of him.
Mr. Chair, he is. I need to bring him over.
Okay. So we got a new dwelling and a new garage. It'll be the same board. Let's see.
Okay. Hello,
Hi,
everyone.
Yuri. So your board is Diane, Val, Connie, Carrie, and myself, and it'll be the same board for both. Why don't you
Okay.
tell us what you got going on?
So this is a new dwelling in Tom Nevers at the Chuck Hollow, and it's set kind of far back, around 140 feet from the Chuck Hollow Road, behind all the existing vegetation and kind of sloping grade down, and it's a 2-story dwelling with a natural trim, natural roof, and light gray. I think it's a dark gray window sashes. The front has kind of wrapped around a little bit porch with a simple port door. And on the application, I'm actually showing windows which are 6/6, but I was hoping we can discuss maybe changing them to 2/2, which if you want to see how it would look, I have the elevation that I can share. But for now, that's what we are doing with the main house.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yeah.
Val? No. Comments? Carrie? You want me to start with somebody else?
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my phone and I'm not looking at big
Okay, that's fine.
images, so I'm trying to read on my phone the small
You want
ones.
to go, Connie? Okay, Diane? No, you're muted, Diane.
I'll go while everybody's
Okay, Val, why don't you
reviewing,
start us
because I
out?
did review everything prior to the meeting.
I was traveling.
There's a lot about this I appreciate. The overall highest height, oh, it's 29. I thought it was 27 something it said. That seems a little high. What I do have a question about is this the highest point on the lot? Because I know this lot has a slope to it. That's one question. I appreciate the colors. I appreciate the additive massing feel. I think what most concerns me is the side-to-side expanse of it and how that would look on a hill out there. And maybe we should view it, but there's a lot about it I think is very positive. Yeah, I think it's just the overall side-to-side scale for me, and is it on the top of a hill?
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Okay, I'd still like to see the elevation rather than just the site. I'd like to see what he's thinking about, the 2/2 windows or 6/6 windows. There it is. It's how long is it? It looks like it maybe more than 60 feet. If you add it up, I looked at it
Yuri, what's
earlier.
the length?
If you add it up, it is more than 60 feet. But the main ridge, the tallest one, is 28 feet. And then the side ridges, one on the left is 20 feet, the other one is 16. And then the small one-story is, I don't actually know how much, but it's probably around 25 feet.
Yeah, well, 25 feet used to be sort of the height in this area of the surf side whole area. Tom Never's thing is what they were looking for. But anyway, I think it's a long building to fit into a piece of land that changes its shape quite significantly. I don't know how much you would have to do to get it on a building site. That concerns me. Also, that dormer, it looks like on the right hand side near where the chimney is, it looks like it goes right up to the roof, not set down at all. I appreciate that you've got at least one story addition there. And I appreciate the windows aren't all mulled, which is great. But I would like to see whether it can be 60 feet, no matter what it is up above, 28 or 29 or 25, is long, is at the absolute maximum that we try to work with on the ground. So at this one elevation I've got, which is the west proposed, I don't have any major problem. So except for that dropping the roof of that dormer over by the chimney. Okay, that's what I would go for now.
Thank you, Diane.
I'll go.
Connie?
So when I looked at this initially, the west elevation, and I think we're speaking to the length of the building, as I'm looking at it on the right-hand side, that just doesn't seem proportional to me. I'm not sure exactly why, but maybe it's just because of the long expanse of the building. The east elevation, which I have a feeling we won't see, seems like there's a lot of windows. There's a lot of glass in the back of that building, so that is a concern. I don't mind the overall presentation. I think it looks nice, except, again, I just think it's too long, and that corner on the west is just not sitting right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Carrie?
Yeah, I'm going to concentrate on the west elevation as well. I think the main mass, it's like a 4-bay upstairs and a 3-bay downstairs, and I'd like it to just become a 4-bay on both levels. I think that'll help sort of balance it because it seems a little funky just because of that. And then the porch, your porch beam is at 9'4", and that's very tall. I'd like to see that beam come down. So the porch doesn't seem like, a mini skirt on this tall house. And then on the right mass, I think it's just that clear story dormer. I think that is just throwing it all off and taking way much attention to that side. And I think, it's great to have additive massing, but then when you start bringing a dormer into it, it sort of takes away from that subtlety. Other than that, the porch roof height and the 4-bay and that, I think it's looking pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Val, did I get you? You started.
Yeah, but I do have another comment.
Go ahead.
What is the floor-to-floor height? I think maybe that's driving the bus too, on the first floor.
Yeah, I mean, the porch, if I can comment quickly on it and actually answer Val's question too. The porch roof can come down, it's no problem. I see there is enough space above the windows, so that can be much lower. The floor to floor is 10 feet, and the house is actually sitting kind of far back when Val was asking about how if it's on the top of the hill. The road at Chuck Hollow is around 15 feet, and the house is going to be sitting further back, which is around 11 or 12 feet. So it will be actually lower compared to looking from the road. So it's not on the top of the hill. It actually
That's
kind
good.
of flattens at 10 feet in the back.
Well, that's
So,
nice.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, we can lower that roof, the porch
All
roof.
right, that was a question, and then
Okay.
And
Thank,
if you would
I
like
thanks,
to
have a
see
Sherry.
those
comment.
two windows, I can share
Thank
that
you.
too.
Thank you. Val?
So I guess I'll just leave with this. It's 29'2" at its highest. I think that's still a little bit tall, or a lot tall. So I would ask that some height get taken out of this building where possible. I think that would resolve the porch situation too. And should we have a poll or no?
Okay. I'm going to speak on height. too.
Okay, that's it.
So, Yuri, my comments, I think most closely track Carrie's with a clarification on the four-bay versus country look on the first four-bay, second floor in the primary mass, and country look on the first. I think it's appropriate for this to be a country-style structure, given the farmers' porches and other elements. So I would be disinclined to, and disagreeable, I think, in a generally affable way, to it being a four-bay. The other thing I want to point out is I don't think it's appropriate to simply lower, and I don't think this is what Carrie was suggesting, but if she was, that's okay too. But I don't think it's appropriate just to lower that roof. I think that it needs to be lowered down to probably around 7 or 7'6", which is typical. But the only way to accomplish that is going to be to either shorten the structure between the top of the first floor windows and the bottom of the sill of the second floor windows, or to extend the porch out further from the structure. Because otherwise, if you just lower that overall roof mass, it's going to accentuate this space between the floors in an inappropriate manner. So I think given the comments that have been made, it'd probably be most appreciated from the membership if you did both. If you lowered it and you extended the depth of the porch in order to lower the beam. So those are my comments. And that dormer I agree with wholeheartedly. What would we, any additional comments? And if not, what would we like to do? Okay, so hold for revisions. On your motion, Val? See, Diane?
Sorry, I didn't say that in the microphone.
Diane?
Yes,
On the
I
motion?
saw it. Yes.
Okay. Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Can I before we go to the next one, quickly ask about those 2/2 windows? If you think that would be appropriate, if I come up with that next time.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I was just asking about those 2/2 windows. If I change those for next submission, you think it would be appropriate?
I think it's, read the board and the comments that were made and kind of weigh it out and come back from there. It's not inappropriate to propose anything, whether it's going to be supported or not is, up to you to read. Based on the comments here this evening. Okay? New garage.
New garage is next.
We're on the same page.
So yeah, this two-bay garage with the apartment or studio above, with a small deck of the side facing the back of the garage. Actually, it's pretty much not visible, and again, it's pushed back towards the house, so a little further away from the street, and of course, everything matching the house, the colors, the natural weather and light gray. So that's all for now.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Val, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, the two cantilevered second floor wings, I think, make this building seem huge. And I'm not sure next to the other building how that will play out unless it's down lower, but do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd like to see something other than that. And yeah, just a little downsizing and some maybe additive mass rather than something like that.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Carrie?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. Val's comments are smack on what I would say.
Okay. Diane?
Yes, except I would, if possible, over the doors of the garage to separate those windows just enough so they don't look like they Popeye over the first floor. And how tall is this garage?
24/7.
25.
I'm sorry, Yuri?
25'8".
Okay, well, it's supposed to come in approximately 24, so there you are. But I also agree with Val on the pop out sides. It makes it so big, and you look at the site plan, and if they're possibly thinking of adding something else, what with the consideration of the 25-foot and the 50-foot, it's you're not going to have the room. So I think on that garage, it what with parking 2 cars, it can be brought in and made smaller. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Connie?
Yeah, I have nothing to add, but I have a question. Would you match the windows with the main house?
Yes, of course, yeah. I would match them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Yuri, I agree with the comments generally. Other point is the, let's see, on the north elevation, it's clearest. The second story gable masses that extend out over the porch is really atypical. So this is, my comments are to the extent this is going to be visible as a second story structure. And I'll have a follow-up question on the site plan and the elevation of the topography. But that's just very atypical, and I think it actually also adds to the concerns about the sense of an oversized mass, because quite literally, the mass on the second floor is hanging over the structure on the first floor. Secondarily, that would address an atypical presentation on the west elevation, and I think on the east, which is that fascia under the second story floating above the first story. It's just kind of an odd detail. Can we go to the site plan, please, and kind of zoom in on the area? I'd like to get a read on the grade lines between the house and the garage. They're not labeled. So Yuri, clearly there's a difference, and it's actually, it's not substantial as in, 7 feet, but it's measurable. What's the grade difference at the highest point of the grade on the garage and the highest point of grade on the house? What's the delta?
Actually, the 10-foot mark or 10-foot height goes kind of under the angle on the property, just right through the house and the garage. So the garage would be at the same height. My topography lines are a little bit all over the place over there, but the height will be it will be at the same height as the house. So both from the road will be about 4 feet lower than the road.
I'm sorry, so just for clarification, you've got 4 grade differentiations. You've got 3 differentiations and 4 grades. And is the garage higher than the house or lower?
No, it will be at the same height. I didn't clean up those lines in between the house, but it will be lower because that 10 feet goes through the house and the garage. So it will be at the same height,
Okay,
but
so
lower than the road.
when you say clean that up, there's a lot of landscape architects who would like a magical pen that would eliminate grade issues by taking it off the drawings. Are you saying, what is the existing grade difference now versus just period?
If I can maybe share the topography from the GIS, which shows the 10 feet going right where the garage is and right where the house is, kind of diagonally through that lot. So there is no difference. It will be at 10 feet. It will be at that height, 10, 11 feet.
Okay.
So there is no difference really. That those lines actually should go behind the garage, and the whole area where the parking lot between the house and the garage will be flat.
Okay,
And
thank
it
you.
will start sloping up towards the road from the parking lot.
Thank you. So I appreciate the clarification. In addition to revisions, I would ask that we get a topo indicating with grade lines for the existing conditions, and if there's any proposed changes, those grade lines. And if you find out during the course of that process that retainage is necessary, that will be included. Is there anyone who would like to make that motion?
I'll make that for you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. On your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. So that's house garage. Thank you, Yuri.
Thank you.
Oh, this was, okay, well, bring it up. Hello, Tobias.
Hello, Chairman Welch.
We are at 67 Surfside, rooftop solar.
Yep, really straightforward, Mr. Welch. It's solar, back of the building, can't see it. You know, I never say you can't see it. There might be some area you can see it from, but I think it meets your guidelines. We're putting in a new black roof. It's wood now, but it's going to be black asphalt. It's on the back of the building.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I just want to establish your board is going to be Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie, and myself. And is this the one that you had
I thought
intended
I
to be
put
on
this on
consent?
consent, yeah.
Okay, so why don't you start so you can articulate the basis for that, and then we'll go on to the other members if they decide they want to raise concerns. If not, we'll move it.
The reason was the roof was changing to black, and this property is down below Surfside Road. So you don't really see the whole building, and it was going from side to side. It was doing all the things that we generally ask for, so I think it's fine.
Okay,
I
thank you,
think it
Val.
meets our criteria.
Okay, thanks. Is there anyone who has a particular concern?
No.
Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye. Yes.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you, members.
Okay, so that moves us to 83 Bartlett. Coincidentally, another rooftop solar.
What are the
What do we got?
chances? This structure, I'll let you scroll to it first. We already have solar on the property. It's for Neil Patterson. It's at his stone shop. We're adding in some more solar to a structure that already has solar on it. It's I don't want to say, I never say anything's not visible, but it's pretty darn invisible, so.
Okay. Let's see, Val, did you have this one on consent?
I can't remember. I think I did, but a reason for that is the solar is already existing on the building, and below where those panels are now is a light colored shingle, so this is going to eliminate and make it more consistent, and I think it's appropriate.
Okay. Do you want to speak as a member of the public or on the application as a representative? Okay, go ahead. Say your name for the record, please, Robbie.
Robert Newman. I'm a neighbor of this property. Our shop is shown on the map there. You can't see Neil's facility from much of anywhere, so I would say that it's not visible.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I think, are there any particular concerns?
I guess not.
And hearing none.
Motion to approve is
1, 2,
submitted.
3. On Val, motion to approve is submitted. On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Let's see, it'll be Diane,
Aye.
Abby.
I'm an aye.
Carrie, I'm gonna just gang you up on that one so you get a little bit of something together.
Yep, aye.
And I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Okay. Tobias, thank you for making this easy and productive for everyone.
Every time, that's what we do.
We appreciate it. That moves us to 12 Sakacha, new dwelling, Botticelli and Paul.
Hi, I'm back.
Take a little bit of a break.
Yes.
Sure.
don't run around.
Lisa, hold on one sec.
rain.
We're rearranging our board.
Okay.
Okay, so it'll be, your board is going to be Abby, Diane, Connie, and myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Joe.
Okay. So this is a site that currently has a dwelling on it. It's a ranch house. The site is, as shown, the area to the west of the property is unbuildable, is not allowed to have structures on it, which is why the house is sited the way it is. So that corner is in protection by the Land Council. Can be landscaped, but no structures. Our goal with the house was what we did is we maintained the footprint of the main mass of the existing ranch house. So that's the main body of the structure. And then our goal was to create a primarily single-story building on the lot using sort of the historic Quidnet look of the homestead, which is around the corner and across the street, and some other more rambling structures in the Quidnet area. So the first floor footprint is 2,500 square feet, and the second floor is only 800. I don't know what else to say. Let me just say, let's see.
That's okay. You don't have to
White
fill in.
trim. Yeah, white, yeah, you'll fill in.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Holly, did you, actually, first, any questions?
Oh,
Abby?
this is an infill? Did I just hear that?
Oh,
Yes.
we're gonna,
Or fill in?
yeah.
Or we're filling
We're
in?
both, I think.
Okay, all right.
Oh, no, this is a demo move off, which is next, which I'll address in a minute.
Oh,
But at this point, we're just questions, other than whether it's an infill, which has been,
don't you think we should do the demo?
let me get to my chair roll in a minute. Other questions, anyone? Okay. Holly?
Thank you,
You-
Mr. Chair. I was actually gonna ask if you could have, and sorry, we didn't put it on the agenda that way, but to review the demo first before the new dwelling.
Okay, so now that the question is being begged, Lisa, what I would like us to do is, I don't mind if we proceed with this, but if everything would be contingent upon
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
demo. So
That's
can we
okay.
just go to the demo?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, helping us simplify. Can we pull that up, the next one, please?
So this is the existing site plan. It's a single-story additive ranch house. I believe it was built in the late 50s, early 60s, I'm not sure, I think 50s. And that little shed in the back. And that is all that's existing there today. So again, according to the owner, it is built on a slab. But our goal was to use the footprint of that main mass in the new design. But given the constraints of the site, we added a second floor to that center section, but used the same footprint of the main mass. That just
Okay. Thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there are 2 HDC surveys on file from the 89 effort. The main house is a circa 1954 ranch style. The garage itself does not have a date associated with it, but it's probably the same vintage based on the photograph and what it looks like now. So this is a contributing structure, and it should be moved rather than demolished. We should also have elevations to go with the photos in the survey. And I'll also on that note, I noticed that there was only one demo move application for the entire thing. So I was curious on maybe it's been attached to one another, the garage and the house. But their survey shows it as 2 structures. So I didn't know if that's changed over time, but I would highly recommend a move versus a demo.
Yeah, I don't think that's changed, Holly. I think they're touching, but they are separate structures. You can see on the site plan, they actually touch, but they're not really attached.
Mr. Chair, through you to Lisa, I would think we would need to have 2 applications
Yeah,
then.
that's fine.
That's okay. Thank you.
So maybe we could discuss the viability of that application at the same time.
Yeah, can we go to the site plan? Yeah, I mean, as a matter of use, they're 2 separate structures. As a matter of construction, they're a single structure. If this were to come in for a building permit, because they're connected, it would be under 1 permit. But because they're separate uses, I think it supports, following up with a supplemental on the one or the other, maybe the garage. And in the meantime, we'll have our discussion. So do we have a Quidnet Advisory Group? That's QUAG.
Mr. Chair, no, there is no Quidnet. That would be me. I am happy to see that the design that Lisa's proposing is utilizing that same type of 1-story footprint. Obviously, retaining that is important. I would just try to harken back to that time frame because I think even in the mid-century, there were important aspects that were established within Quidnet. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Abby.
We all want to live in a ranch house with turquoise shutters. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. But I glanced at the new drawing first, and I'm really happy to say that it is more reminiscent than the ranch house that exists. It's more reminiscent in style of like a Sconset or a Quidnet house than the ranch that exists. And normally I wouldn't be happy about that, but I think a move off, find a new home is definitely, we should put that on the motion, but I am in favor of the proposed.
Okay. Let's see, it will be Diane next. Diane, you're muted.
unmute. I just didn't want the dog to bark.
Okay.
I take somebody else for the moment while I just finish up with this, okay?
You got it, Connie.
Yes, I agree. I would be hopeful that we could do this as a move-off as opposed to a demo. It's a cute little house for someone, hopefully.
Great, thank you. Joe?
Oh, am I sitting out? Okay. Yeah, I'm in agreement with the board. And actually looking at the structure, it sounds like I think you'd find a taker for this.
The only question is if it's on a slab, that it might not be worth moving. But anyway, we can look at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Let's see. That
I'll
leaves
go. Now I'm
Diane.
set. Yeah, I agree that really would like to see it moved rather than demoed. It's a cute house, and where it is on Sackasha Pond is charming, and there are maybe places it could be tucked up somewhere that is still part of the area, but not right there. That's what I think.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. I'm inspired. I'm going to run home, dig out my Sears and Roebuck catalog, order the shutters, and get a bucket of Robin Eggs blue paint. What would we like to do on this, folks?
Make a motion to try to move it, but otherwise, I approve the demo.
Okay. Let's see, on your motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Diane? Diane?
I guess I'm an aye because we've got to do something with it, but I would like to really try to move off. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Yeah, I think a move off is really relevant. So I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. I'm just going to use the bully pulpit here to mention, it'd be wonderful, I think, I know it might create a little bit of a procedural delay, but not more than a week, if we could get an article together where the neighbors within a certain amount of distance would be notified of an approval for a move off. Because especially houses that are difficult to move, it might make it more likely for them to, it may make it more likely if there's someone of interest in a local move to actually take advantage of it. Obviously, that's a shoot from the hip, and we can't deliberate, but if you want to comment, and then we'll move on.
No, I like that. And I was thinking about when I renovated my mother's house, how I reused, like having the neighbors go in and you can reuse those kitchen cabinets in your basement or so forth. To Val usually is, on the, what do you call that? Reusing. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a really valid point, and you should do the article.
I think we could come up with
Yeah.
a bumper sticker too called Nantucket Crows, and you could just swoop in after signing a release of a waiver of liability.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move to the new dwelling now.
Hey, Steve, can I just clarify that I will bring in an application for this second structure, but are we voting on both, or will that end up going on?
Yeah, we're voting on both, and I would just actually, if we can get a supplemental, I think it's important for the record. Can we get a supplemental motion to separate these into two applications, both of which have been approved here at the meeting?
I'll make that motion.
On your motion?
I'm an aye.
It'll be Diane? Connie?
Aye.
Diane? Joe?
Aye.
Diane, thank you, Diane. Thank you, Joe.
I'm an aye.
Thanks, Joe. Okay, back again to the new dwelling.
I can go first,
And Abby's ready to roll.
unless Holly has something.
Holly made a brief comment, but why don't we start with her? Unless,
Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make it a comment of one, we've got additive massing. Two, we have the same type of, little Cape Ranch. I really don't have much substantive comments. I think it would be nice to retain the same fenestration that was out there. But other than that, I think this is appropriate for the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Holly. Abby?
I think this is an exceptional Botticelli and bulk project. And I think it fits into the landscape. It's just, darling, you want to eat it like a little sugar cookie. It's just adorable and in every way appropriate for where it is and Quidnet, and lucky people gonna live in it.
Thank you. Connie?
I have no concerns with this building. I also think it's very well done. And yeah, no concerns. Thank you.
Okay, Joe?
I agree with Abby, although I would go with a warm chocolate chip cookie with walnuts. I think that, Quidnet is a really fascinating part of the island. And when I glance at this proposal, it looks like an old structure that's evolved over time, a little bit ad hoc and a little bit orderly. And I think that's challenging to achieve in a new home. So I think this is very appropriate.
Okay.
Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. I think we've got Diane.
Yeah. Me too. Me too. I think it's very good. I reviewed this, I think, last week. And I thought it was great. So I still think that.
Okay, great. I think the only comment I'd add is maybe some mint, Joe. There's like something in here that says light green trim to me. Okay, how about a motion?
Go ahead.
A motion to approve is submitted?
Okay, Connie on your motion.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Diane? Abby?
Aye. I'm sorry.
Diane.
My family
No.
arrived and I tried not to interrupt.
It's okay, we're just rolling with it, don't you worry. Let's see, and I'm an aye. For the record, carries unanimously. And
Thank you,
also
everybody.
moves us, you're welcome, thank you. Also moves us on to numbers 18 through 22, 14 Eat Fire Spring.
Oh, that's me, isn't it?
Yeah, is the applicant's, oh, it's Joe.
It's Joe.
I'm teasing.
Joe.
Okay, so Val is not back.
Val.
So Joe, your board is going to be Abby, Diane, Connie,
Is Carrie?
Carrie, and myself. And why don't you get us rolling when you get us to a site plan? All right, Joe. Joe, you know what? I hate to interrupt you, but this is, sufficiently complex. Can you steer? Do you have this accessible on your home computer? Did we lose Joe?
You know what? Lose me for a second. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So, all right, you can hear me fine, right? So this is Eat Fire Spring Road, and this is our property. It's accessed off of Eat Fire Spring Road, and 50% of the property is affected by a MISA no clear zone, which is the entire front part of this property and the back part of this property both have a MESA envelope on it. So the structure itself, this series of structures, we worked on this project a number of years ago. The MESA envelope is this whole front half. So the house is heavily screened from the street. This is the house. Current driveway cuts through here, and you arrive here. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the applications in totality, because I think that'll be easier. There's an existing porch that is on the back of the house, the back relative to the street, but this is actually how you enter. You enter through an open porch. So the first application is an enclosure of that open porch. This is a photograph of that taken from the neighbor's house, which sits up high on the hill here. But you park over here and you walk in and you enter under this open porch. So our current proposal is to enclose that, which you'll see in drawings, and to change this open rail to a shingled rail to match the other deck. Then the other applications, this is an existing guest house and an existing shed. We're going to move the shed over to here, and we are adding a pool and a spa and a grilling area. So these clients have owned this place for 20 plus years, and they've just sold their house in Nashville, and they've moved to the island to be here year round. So they want to increase their amenities. And none of these structures will be visible from the street. This addition back here, there's a chance there'll be some visibility from back here on Proprietors, which runs back along here. So that's the overview. Here's that existing existing porch as viewed obliquely. And this is that elevation that I showed you in the photograph. So this is really the current front door. This is where they enter. And they were looking to capture some more interior space there. So what we've done is kept the existing columns and have just enclosed this as a sun porch. And we not going to be a foundation underneath. It's not going to be conditioned space. And we're taking this open rail where they currently have a table and chairs and a grilling area. And we're doing a shingled wall with a little open rail to match the detail that currently exists. So this is a side deck that's a combo shingle and open rail. And we're proposing that around the corner. So that's this application. And the other ones are really all just different clouded areas on the site plan. And I can show you the quarter scale drawings. This is what that looks like in quarter scale.
Yeah, Joe, can we go to the site plan and then we'll deliberate on this one and then we'll let you go, you can lead us through the rest of the property.
Sure. So there's the site plan. So this is the porch that we're looking at enclosing.
So Joe, you're frozen on the beautiful aerial of the structure with the harbor in the background.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. You might want to just try yep, you're on. We see the mouse moving.
Screen sharing has stopped.
But I can see you.
How's that?
There it is.
Yeah.
The slightly bigger version. Oh, got it. Thank you.
Okay. If I had done this before, it'd be a lot easier.
No, that's fine. And then the elevation that shows the alteration.
Sure.
Or elevations of the addition.
We're talking about this elevation right here.
Okay.
Which is on the inside of the property. here.
Okay. And visibility from the road?
From zero visibility from Eat Fire Spring. There might be some visibility from Prospect, but it's heavily vegetated down here, and we're talking about single story.
Okay. And can you just zoom in on the area of the addition?
Sure. And we're not changing the footprint. We're leaving that as decking. So we're really talking about these walls. This is an existing stair. There's actually an existing wall already here. We're just infilling this as a sun porch, which will essentially give them a weather-tight mudroom.
Okay, thank you. Concerns, anyone?
Can I just ask him?
Diane, one sec, Abby, and then I'll come to you.
I just want to confirm that the east is the front door.
Joe East is front door, right? Yeah.
That's correct. Yep.
So,
Yep.
so Joe, my sort of question and comment is that why wouldn't you make that one French door in the infill that you've done there? Why wouldn't you put a kick panel on that and just make it sort of work with the other three windows?
Well, you know what, Abby, that's a great idea. Yeah, just put a kick panel there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm accepting the quirkiness, and because I guess I just am, but it's not much more than that what you're asking for. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'm good with
Yeah.
it.
Thank you. Diane?
No, that's all right. I think I figured out what they wanted. I wanted to know why at the front door, which I guess it was the front door, is why did we have that one window that was a 4/4 and the others were smaller, or was 6/6, 1, 2, 3, 4, were 3/6/1s. So it had some consistency along there, and I would like to see the mulled windows on the left-hand side of the east elevation on the first floor separated so that you didn't have so much shingle space on that first floor. Yes.
These?
Yes.
Those are existing.
Okay. I couldn't tell. Okay, that's all I wanted to know then.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I have no issues with this. I think this is fine.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
No issues.
And I think we're ready, we're ripe for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve changing the front French door to add a kick panel to that door.
And that'll be in Exhibit A?
Sure.
Okay. On Exhibit A, Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Record reflect that was unanimous, and we will move on to the spa pool. Joe, does the hardscape relate? I apologize, I was on the boat. I don't know. Does the hardscape relate specifically to the spa and the pool or otherwise?
Yeah. Yeah, the hardscape is the spa, which sits freestanding and is surrounded by grass. It's this boardwalk, and then it's this patio and this patio, and then the pool with this wood deck around it. So that's the hardscape. But we have separate applications for the pool, the grilling area, the spa, and then the relocation of this existing shed that's moving from here to here. That's just a move on site with no changes.
Okay, so why don't we just, thank you, that helps. But I think for clarity and the applications being separate, why don't we go ahead with spa, then we'll do pool, and then we can do the infill on the hardscape.
Spa first?
Spa first. I think it's kind of self-explanatory, and the primary question I have before Joe even has a chance to say anything is, are there any concerns?
No.
And
I have one,
Carrie?
I have a concern but it doesn't really have to do with the spa itself. It has to do with the projection of the whole pool area so far from the house towards the street. I understand the whole thing is very far from the street, but I think given any devastation of the vegetation, this thing is very visible. And I just think somehow it should not project so far out from the house environment.
Okay,
So if the spa is where it is, everything else is projecting out, out, out. So I'm thinking the spa shouldn't, maybe everything to be able to shift everything in towards the house, the spa might have to shift.
Yeah, I have a similar comment.
All right. I just want to say, facilitating, typically how we would address, this isn't on the front of the house. So typically how we would address something like that is visibility is subject to our conditions, not visible time of inspection or thereafter, and obviously no grade change from prior existing or for the application. Can we go to the locus, Joe, and
Yeah,
zoom in?
yeah, so the driveway you can see comes up along this property line, then it cuts a diagonal here. We had to get this is their office that we got approved. This sits in a pocket of an endangered species of grass that is prolific in this area here. So there was one little spot that we were allowed to put this shed in. It's a 10 by 20 office. So all of this is screened, and then the topography rises up and it screens all of it. Just for context relative to the visibility of these elements, they do sit forward of the structure. Just one thing I wanted to point out is that there is we've got an existing.
Joe, I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, but can you zoom out a little bit? Because I actually was confused and I was thinking Eat Fire was the driveway, but can you zoom out to show Eat Fire on? So Eat Fire is to the left of your cursor.
It's way down here, yeah, and you can see how this is a 3-acre property. How the road curves down here. I'm in the locus. You see the beginning of the curve, but their property is off the screen, and this is the driveway, which bisects like the bottom third of their property. You see it down there?
The driveway is where you were showing on the locus with your mouse, and Eat Fire
Yes.
Spring is to the left of the driveway over there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get a clarification.
Yeah.
Okay, so Carrie went, Connie,
I have one more question,
Abby?
general.
okay, hold on one second. I just want to get my bearings because I didn't keep up with my notes here. Okay, Abby, why don't you go ahead and then we'll go to Connie.
Joe, is this the end of Eat Fire Spring where your driveway is? Is that the end of the road?
Yeah, it goes a little bit further down. It loops around right here and it ends at Chase Lane. Then you turn around. So there's maybe 2 more properties.
Joe, can you zoom in on the locus? I think it's important we have an understanding.
Sure. Right. So here's you're coming up Eat Fire Spring, and then this is 14, then it goes, the driveway cuts through. You can keep going down here and you can access this property and this one, and then you hit Chase Lane. So both of these properties are accessed off of proprietors. There's no driveways. The dead end's essentially where my cursor is here.
Could you zoom in just a little bit more? We're all kind of squinting at the screen.
Oh, sure.
There you go.
There. Yep, that's the driveway. And my site plan only shows this corner of the lot. It doesn't show this here.
Okay. Abby, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't realize that it was they were parallel.
Yeah, that's what
yeah.
got me confused too.
Right, the driveway and the street are parallel.
Okay, Connie?
Is this the spa?
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess I don't really have any concerns with the spa.
okay. And then Carrie went, Connie, Diane,
Me, yeah.
me, no.
Joe, did you do this house originally when they put in that little shed down the driveway?
I did, yes, I did the office, which is down here, and I did an
Yeah,
addition, and I did the guest house.
Yeah, I remember
Back
when
in,
you did that thing. I was on the board then. It was a long time ago. What is that? Is that round thing to your right? Is that the flagpole?
no, that's just a patio. There's a patio here.
Okay.
Their flagpole is right there where it says FP.
Okay. The my only suggestion would be, because if you have a party and you have some of your people in the pool and you have some of the people in the spa, you ought to have the pool and the spa closer together without a dining room table in between, because then it will get very confusing. So I would perhaps make the suggestion of switching the dining room table and the spa, putting it near where the pool is, which makes the two of them sort of work together. That's what I would do. No big architectural thing, but I just think it works out better.
Okay,
So
thanks.
Can I
that's
make a
a
suggestion for all the subsequent applications? We're having this pool staked this week and by Jeff Blackwell for a client meeting on Saturday. And I think it would be helpful if you guys went out and did a viewing, if you don't mind. And the only reason why I'm saying that is that there's significant infrastructure with this septic and force mains that go from down the hill up here to the guest cottage. And we're trying to work around all of that so that we're not tearing up all of that infrastructure, which has separated the pool and the spa a little bit. And also, given the pool's probably going to be used in the summertime and the spa is going to be used this time of year, we wanted to create a separation from them. And I can understand where it's confusing. I'm friends with these people. I'm at their house all the time. I know the house and the property inside and out really well. And it's evident to me that I didn't do a great job of presenting the existing context. I think it would be useful to go see it.
Yeah, I think that would be my motion, would be for all three of these, the spa, the pool, and we could do the hardscape, but just to make sure that we're not seeing it from Eat Fire Spring, just to be on the safe side. I know it's like 5 feet up from the driveway, but just to be sure, I think poles, if you're putting poles up anyway, maybe we should save this for a view.
So stake the spa and the pool, hold the hardscape to track. And do we want to address the shed? Joe, you want to dispense with the shed move now or roll it into the project of the view?
I think going out there and viewing it all and understanding it would be helpful.
Okay. So why don't we have a motion for number 19, 20, 21, and 22, which is spa, pool, hardscape, shed move respectively, and that is to stake the pool and do a view.
That is my motion, and put little hot red tops on top of the stakes so we know.
Hot red tops. Abby?
Yeah. So we know where the perimeters are.
Okay,
Abby?
thank you.
Yes?
On your motion?
Aye.
Okay. Diane?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right. Next up, we have 37 North Liberty, entry stoop, reno, brick repair, sandcastle. Hi, Robbie. So do you prefer Robbie, or did you just get stuck with that?
I'll answer to most anything.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. All right. What page would you like us to start on?
Well, this is sort of a two-part application, so let's start with the brick repair portion. And I don't know, it's been a few weeks since I've seen this packet, so if we can just scroll there and might jog my, there should be a sheet with, well, there's the historic stuff. And if we can keep going, I guess Holly's controlling this. Oh, sorry. We can keep going. There should be a sheet with some photographs and drawings that indicate where this is having some brick failure issues. And if these photographs are difficult to read, I brought some 8.5 by 11s that I could walk up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want them?
Yeah, please.
Oh, my God.
Let the record reflect photos being the photos in the plans being distributed. Diane, we're gonna take a quick look at the photos.
Okay.
While we're doing that, Holly, have you had a chance to see a clearer version of the images?
I've only did it based on what was submitted in the packet, so I do have comments, if that would be.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get clarification before we look at
Is this
these.
one, is this the house that the three little pigs?
It's the North Brick.
Three little pigs. I've always wanted to go in here. Do you think we have to go in this house in order to make comments?
It's great.
Yeah.
Is it?
Sunday,
Yeah, it is.
I bet it is.
they're serving Bellini Sunday morning.
So the three red squares, the two smaller ones indicate where the brick damage is.
Okay.
Okay? And back in the 80s, the facade-
Talking to the mic.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Can I? Okay. Am I on?
This is how we
Okay,
like to
so
run these.
the facade of the brick wasn't very well attached when this was done, or the connectors are failing. So if we could you go over the
says it
site
all.
plan with the red squares, please?
So I just want to clarify for Diane and Holly, at the very least, in general. Robbie's presented three images, two different locations. One is a zoom in of the other, and it shows, the brick in disrepair, somewhat, a few of them structurally, but certainly cracked and falling apart. And then some of the mortar joints have let loose too in other locations. Okay, so just so everybody's on the same page, go ahead, Robbie.
Okay, so the small square on the bottom right is where this is failing around the window. The header is deteriorated. There's a steel lintel in there that has basically rusted out, and it's all been restructured from the inside. But now they need to take the brick apart and replace the brick that is obviously failing. You can see it in those photographs. The larger, the middle square in the middle is the condition that shows the brick falling from the corner, which is probably the worst condition on the whole building. But that is crumbling and sagging all the way up to the fascia. So I don't know how extensive they're going to have to remove this to repair it. So that's why we're here. I actually brought the samples. I have these samples in the bag with me, if you care to.
Okay, so these are samples showing replacement.
This is a photograph of the photograph shows the three boards, and our concept was to take those and mix them to get it to match as closely to the original brick that's on there as possible. And I have those 3 boards here if you'd like to see them. I can't leave them though.
Yeah, no, I don't think I mean,
Okay.
maybe Holly may want to look at them in the office, but we don't.
Okay.
I think the images are very clear.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay, so these are images now we've seen of the damages in need of repair and the replacement options, which are significantly similar. Any other comments at this point, Robbie?
Not on the brick repair.
Okay, Holly, wait a minute, one second. Any questions for Robbie? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1938 colonial revival, obviously contributing resource to the local and national historic district. I think it's important to note that we technically should have another application for the walkway, the hardscaping change. And I think Robbie probably knows that, but I'm happy to see the repairing, which is much needed for this structure. I am, however, concerned on getting that correct brick color and mortar color, because I do know that that is obviously a masonry load wall. This isn't veneer, that's for this historic structure. And the change of the stoop, obviously, from the historic brick to the bluestone is highly inappropriate. I would not recommend that. Brick would be more appropriate. As well as if there needs to be a change to the walkway from the concrete, which concrete can itself can be historic, but the change should not be to bluestone, it should be a brick. That would be more in keeping with the colonial revival time frame. So again, two COAs actually with one application right here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. And just to clarify to the gate, yeah, Robbie, this is the brick repair portion versus the hardscape should be separated, but we'll review them, we'll comment, and then we'll decide how we want to handle it from there.
Good enough.
Is Mickey's group?
Still here? Yep.
Okay, you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, basically saying the same thing that Holly just did. That the existing brick stoop is part of the historic character of this building, and it really should remain with that material and that look. As far as the walkway goes, bluestone, I agree, is not appropriate. If the concrete walk was original to the building, and I don't know if that's easy enough to, or probably not very easy to prove, but if it was original, it should probably remain as concrete. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, who would like to begin? It is going to be Abby, Diane, Val, Joe, and myself.
I can go after Val. Val's reaching for her.
Val,
I am happy to see somebody is going to repair the brick where it's damaged, and I'm sure they'll do a fine job matching it so it doesn't stand out like a sore thumb. It's kind of a funny brick, to be honest with you. I agree about the bluestone. I'd keep the stoop brick, and I think the path can be brick as well.
Okay.
I'm not buying historic concrete at the moment. Bye.
Bye.
There is such a thing, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Val. Abby, you were eager
Yeah,
to go next.
I could go. I can go. I also am happy it's being restored, and I think you'll do a good job matching they seem to have the same texture as the original, the existing brick, and this Belden manufacturer, whatever that first one is, I can't read it. But, and as for the walkway, I think it should be simple. I would go with the poured concrete, like an old-fashioned sidewalk, or I think brick might be too much. I think I'd go with I would just do the cement. I think that would be simple. So, there's gonna be a lot of brick. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Joe?
Yeah, I agree with Abby's comments.
Okay,
just to keep it simple.
appreciate that. Diane?
I would keep it simple. I'm glad to see the bricks is going to be repaired. I think, following what Mickey and Holly said, that keeping the sidewalks or the walkways to the brick, hard to get the concrete to look and to look old because it gets dirty over time. I don't know how you do all that. The bricks are easier, but I would have them going. I would not have them herringbone. I would have them just plain, and that would be it. That's what I would do.
Okay, thanks, Diane. So these are mid-century residential Flushing, New York brick. Seen these quite a bit when I was growing up, this color. It's really a double-decker type structure down there. I agree with the comments that have been made. And I think the simpler, whatever the most simplistic visually on the front walk is better. So either something that is the concrete because it's a simple mass, or brick because it's historically used as a walkway material.
So can we just get approval to repair the brick as we need to on the building and keep the stoop as brick? And we'll worry about the walkway later.
Okay.
Is that good?
Okay.
That
So
would be my motion.
Okay.
Abby's motion is to address the brick repairs, the structure including the stoop, and to leave the walkway off the approval. And that would mean you'd be bringing it back under hardscape with a separate COA application.
100%.
Okay, so that addresses the comment Holly made. Val,
How do we do that on an approval?
we just write it up as a condition restriction.
Okay,
And we just cross
trust
off
that-
anything.
I'll do it.
And
Yeah,
then cross off any relevant. And
okay.
Abby on your motion,
I'm an aye.
and Joe,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Dan,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Good night.
Okay, thanks. All right, we're at 19 North Water, new dwelling. I just want to kind of forecast, I don't know how far we're going to get, but if it looks like we're going to get ahead of steam, I hope that we can get through the next handful before 8 o'clock, because I would hate to start 72 Pocomo and not have a reasonable, I mean, we're going to start it if we get to it, but it would be nice to be able to get through at least chunks that make sense, like the demo moves, as opposed to like starting those and not even getting through them. So just mentioning that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on that note, I don't see anybody from workshop unless somebody's physically in the room.
Okay. I don't see them, but they may just be watching us on YouTube, enjoying their evening. But no, thank you. I appreciate that. So Matt, without further ado, 19 North Water.
New dwelling.
Do we have an
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
announcement?
Mr. Chair, can we please request to hold 96 Washington Street till next week?
Yes. Has it been, just for the purposes of going through the motions, has that been held before? Do we know?
No.
And is there anyone?
No.
Holly, can you check in the participants list? Is there anyone here to speak on 96 Washington?
I'm not aware. We have one attendee, and that's Kevin. So if he can raise his hand, if this is something he wants to talk on, other than that.
Okay, so Kevin, if you're not interested in speaking on 96 Washington, no need to raise your hand or respond. Okay, so the record reflect that no members of the public or abutters were here, just so
Yeah,
we
no,
have it
totally
somewhere.
understand. It's just
All right.
something we wanted to look
So
into.
that's a hold. And that brings us back to 19 North Water Street, Lot 8, new dwelling.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is Lot 8. This is the last home on this, out of these 5. Again, I think that we've showed you from the beginning the streetscape, and so I think that you've seen this as an ancillary structure in the overall streetscapes. The trim color is white, sash is white. The window type is 2/2. And again, we've looked at the overall composition of this entire streetscape, and we've got two structures that have gray trim, or either gray sash or Hamilton blue sash. So we feel that we've considered this, color scheme and trim style and massing schematic. One thing I would point out is that we had submitted this prior to the review of Lot 9, which we had a steeper roof pitch. It was a 14 pitch, which we've since changed to a 12 per the board's request that is on the agenda, probably be heard next week. But we had submitted this prior to that. And so likely that, I'm sure that comment will come up again, and we can obviously change that pitch to a 12 as well. So without taking up too much of the board's time, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Holly? Well, actually, any questions from anyone at this point for the benefit of the group?
Number 8.
Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is Lot 8 within the subdivision that was created, I think, 2015. You've approved infills on this street. I think this is a very nice design. It does seem to be large within, obviously, the property line setbacks, but do appreciate the design, the color schematic. I did want to point out that the front porch does give it more of a country vernacular versus the infill bungalow architecture that we have been seeing as a type of, I guess, nod to, if you will, across the street over in Harborview Way. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. And Mickey?
Yes, so the, if you look at the front elevation, the open roofed front portico with exposed truss members is very unusual for the old historic district, and I think it just needs rethinking. I don't think that's successful here or appropriate. The merging of that portico roof into the main roof is also not typical in the OHD. You just don't really see that in town. Also, the 8 and 12 side pitch roofs. So the front gable is a 14 pitch, but the side roofs are right there are 8 and 12. Both east and west, they do not relate to the 14 and 12 roof pitch. This is also very unusual and inappropriate. The pitches of the main roofs of cross-gabled buildings should be equal or as close to equal as possible. These are very different and will be evident from both the front as well as the sides. And lastly, the shed roof in the back on the south elevation has sort of unusual proportions for additive massing. It should be broken up into smaller pieces. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
You will go, Abby. I just want to establish the board. It is you, Diane, Val, Joe, and myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Matt,
Yes.
I was wondering, so what is the material of the roofs? Are you varying the materials of the roofs, or are they all going to be like a black asphalt or wooden shingle or what?
I think they vary.
Okay,
I'd have
good.
to go back to see what we've done
That's
for
what
all
I
the
was
different ones.
hoping.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering what this one might be.
I believe on the application, it's red cedar.
Okay, because I'm just trying to get a style going in my head, like
Sure.
what would go. I think the portico, this vertical, very arrow-looking thing could easily either get modified or go away and just turn into a hip roof over the front door. And you said it was all white. I think even people keep trying to do like a black sash with a white. I think this might be an opportunity to do that. It might be kind of a little
Yeah.
bit of this.
Point of information. Could we get a clarification on you people?
Oh, God.
Architects and designers.
Yeah, it seems to be a trend that people are
Just
trying to
checking.
do black sash, and I'm usually opposed, but I think in this instant, if you're, because I don't think we,
Town.
what?
Not in town.
Not in town. Well, anyway, I don't have a problem with the pitches changing from this is kind of 12-ish going to the 8. I don't mind that. In fact, I think the sides of this building are actually very, pleasing to the eye. So I don't have anything else to say, so thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Thoughtful comments. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Joe.
This is Joe speaking. I overall, if I look at the north elevation, it feels like the building itself is a little bit leggy, and I think that echoes maybe what Mickey was referring to regarding the front entryway. I think that if you did adjust these 14 pitches to 12s, and then you looked at increasing the side pitches, they would start to relate to each other a little more closely. Your eave lines would line up with the meeting rails of the windows. And I think you might end up disconnecting that main gable on the north with the porch roof. They would probably end up becoming separated from each other. So I know it sounds simple, the roof pitch changes, but I feel like a lot of the ripple effects would, for me, just tighten things up a little bit and help it visually and diminish its verticality from the north. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Val?
Well, I agree with everything that's been said. I think the attempt for that front portico is to visually break up a wall plane that is flat all the way across. And yeah, I think it needs to be modified, but what it will do is it will make that evident with the big gable, so I don't know how Matt can solve that, but I also was struggling with the disparity between the two different roof pitches, and I think we had that on another one that you were doing.
Yes.
And we had the similar conversation about that. And everybody said everything else, so yeah, that's my comments.
Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see. Dan? Dan?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I agree with what's been said about all the dormers. I think one other thing that disturbs me is on picture number 2, east elevation, the left-hand side. It goes down over those, I guess they're French doors, is too big, too long, or I think it's too long. It disturbs me. I'd like to see it shorter, come down, or bring it in something or other. And I think that the hood over the front door that you can see through to the brackets there is inappropriate. I don't know, there's something that just is not particularly right about that front. And I think that the brackets on coming down those dormers are too noticeable or too big or something or other. Too many. If it makes the facade of that building very busy, and I don't think it's necessary. And it's different, really different from the other ones, which are fairly simple buildings. So that's what I got to say.
Thank you, Diane. I guess that leaves me. Can we scroll down to the lower 2, please? I think comments have been kind of, I'm not going to anything to it. So I'm going to pick up a very trivial, my penchant for details.
There you go.
What's the cladding material going to be to hide the AC equipment?
Noticed that.
I don't think we have anything specified at this point. We do have a
Can you add it
landscape
to the
plan.
revisions, just so it's part of the, because
Sure.
it's, as an appendage to the structure, we'll have it included in that application versus a hardscape.
We can do that. I know that there's vegetation along the property line, so the visibility is pretty minimal, but we can certainly enclose it. And if I also just could point out too, that on the previous two applications, that the steeper pitch and the disparity, if you will, between the primary front elevation and the side cross gables, in the subsequent applications, we've actually been able to reduce the 14 to a 12 and then increased the cross gable to a steeper pitch, so they're more congruous, if you will. So I think adjusting this accordingly will hopefully address that as well. So, but I got a lot of great comments, so thank you for your comments.
Is that your Exhibit A?
Could be, could be.
Okay, Matt. So how about a motion to hold for revisions?
I'd make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, Joe, on your motion,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane? Abby?
Aye.
Diane? I'm an aye.
I.
I'm an aye. Abby's an aye, Diane's an aye, and I'm an aye. Okay, excellent, thank you. Let's see, so now we're on to 16 Easton. Botticelli and Paul.
Is Matt not doing 96?
No,
No.
that's on hold.
I thought that was pretty easy.
Thank you.
Is that me? No.
16 Easton,
we're
Lisa,
gonna
yep,
pass
you're up.
that.
And your board is going to be Abby, Diane, Val, Carrie, and myself.
Sorry, Easton?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right
And you
there.
can start when you're ready.
I think these are pretty simple revisions. I believe it's adding some decorative railings to the water side of the house. Nothing on the north. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything on the north.
I think what was confusing is there's some windows that are circled in red on the north.
But they don't look any different. I don't know if that was an error.
Okay.
I saw that too, Val, when she just went through the north. They look like they matched the previous approval.
Which sheet do you want us on, Lisa?
Well, I think the main changes are, I don't know why those are circled because they match the previous approval.
Okay, yeah, I think I had this one to look at. I had to be away so they could teach me how to be a professional, so, professional development courses. So I didn't put it on consent because I wasn't certain what
Yeah,
was
so
actually
that,
happening.
I don't think there's anything on the north. I think if you go to the south, that's where you'll see the changes. It was adding some more of the decorative railing on the first floor and moving the stairs to the barbecue deck to the side.
This has got to be on consent, I think.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure what it was on the other side.
That was
so-
adding the railing, the spider web railings to those porches.
Okay.
The second floor had already been approved, and it was moving the deck stairs off to the right.
Okay, so we're gonna skip right to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think these are obviously consentable type of changes. There were, as Val pointed out, some red markings, even on this elevation where the deck is changed, which I think is the most prominent part of the revision on that water side. But there's red lines also around the second floor windows. So maybe that was just more or less why we had questions, comments, concerns, and not putting it on consent. But other than that, I have no concerns. I think the main thing at the end of the day is that addition onto the side for their barbecue.
Okay, thank you. Mickey?
No concerns.
Okay, and who would like to go?
I'll go. I don't have any concerns now that I know there was no window changes. I just didn't understand it.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any concerns?
No.
Nope. No.
Can you go to the side elevation? The next one down or? Okay, and then is there another one below it? And one more? Okay, I'm confusing this with another house. Okay, who would like to make what motion?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you,
Okay.
guys. Have a good night.
Hey, you too. That brings us to 51 West Maya Comet Road, Pool Hardscape. Do we have Mr. Cohen here?
It's me presenting.
Oh, hey, Mirka.
Good evening.
You can get us rolling. Your board is going to be Abby, Diane, Val, Connie, and myself.
Thank you. So this application is for the pool and partial hardscape new driveway. You might be familiar with this. This project was in front of you, I believe, a few weeks when Andrew was presenting the structures which were approved. So in addition, I'm applying for the revised driveway access, a small retaining. It's a series of retaining walls for the lower level walkout using the natural stone and then natural pavers just kind of curve caved into the landscape. As you can see, we try to pull off all the height of the wall, so try to work with the staggered wall, so try to control the height of the wall so we don't have it too high, keeping it under 4 feet. And in addition, there's a small pool in the front of the building. It's just a simple small pool with the coping. All of this is at grade for the hardscape material, just extending the existing pea-stone driveway and the irregular bluestone for the pavers. There are some site photos. It's really far away from any public view. All of this is in the grade. There's no grade changes. And all the walkout from lower level is underneath. So again, none of it is going to be visible from anywhere. I think that's all from my side, and I'm pretty sure.
Okay, thank you, Mirka.
Thank you.
Tom, did you want to speak on this? Okay, come on down, identify yourself. When you can hear, you know the rule. If you can hear yourself in the mic, then everyone at home can hear you.
Okay. Thomas Barrett at 39 West Maya Comet. 8 hours later. Just want to say, yeah, this got approved. The first house got approved. I brought up a bunch of concerns, which I was told was the landscape. I brought up the fact of the fenestration, but I was told that wasn't your purview, which I didn't understand why, and I wasn't able to bring that up. But anyway, so we've got 3 foot by 6 foot windows and 15-foot wide doors. So anyway, that basement pit, is there any way to zoom in on that pit in the back?
The line drawing.
Yeah, the line drawing over.
You see the.
Yeah, so what they got there is they've got a recessed pit with 2 retaining walls, and they've got a glass, safety glass, I guess it is, which deer love. And if you notice that the top of the wall is 18 feet and the bottom of the pit is 6 feet, and there's 2 retaining walls, and that second retaining wall is a 6-foot drop without a retaining wall, because it looks like you can walk in through the glass, but where there's going to be grass, I assume, or plantings, yet there's no retaining wall on the lower wall there. So that's a safety issue, looking at it from the insurance side. Trust me on that one. Also, they're putting the pool in the front yard, which is facing the street, which I thought pools were to be at the back of the house, out of sight. Also, they put the shed. The shed was originally approved at the on the top of the photo there, which then got moved over to the right. And there's no note, I didn't see any notation in regard to where the pool equipment's going to be, much less where any of the air conditioning equipment's going to be. And that was what I wasn't able to raise on the other one. But if you look, if you can zoom in on that, you'll see that there's 2 retaining walls, the glass, you know, I guess they're doing a patio between, over the quote-unquote tunnel for the basement of the 2,600 square foot foundation with 1,500 square foot right. They're doing a glass wall there, which doesn't really seem like building Nantucket. I mean, usually it's fencing or wood. Stuff like that, it just doesn't seem to be appropriate, or sorry, can't use that word. Just doesn't kind of seem to fit in to what we have out there. Safety glass, that's not really the style that's out there. So I just wanted to raise a concern because that's a safety issue for that pit there. Plus, which I don't understand why it's not your purview, but that pit's going to shine so much light up, it's going to light the night sky. Because in fog, it's going to be it's going to be a beacon, and that's going to face out into the moors with the wildlife and everything else. So I just thought I'd raise those concerns and ask those questions because the shed got moved, no sighting of the pool equipment, nowhere for the ACs, and it's in the front yard.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Yep.
So just a couple of quick things. On purview, lighting, uplighting is not something we regulate, but we certainly can comment on it and affect approvals that address concerns there that the commission may have with respect to character and setting. Hardscape elements such as the pool, I'll leave till we talk about this particular one. I'm just talking about them in general. Hardscape elements that aren't on an application aren't approved. So we typically, you know, we may mention them and suggest we want to see where they're going to be because otherwise they're going to be in violation. But if it's not, and then the other thing is if it's, for instance, a shed, it would, depending on what the application is, it may not be, it's not that it's not a particular element isn't in our purview, it's just that it's not part of that particular application. So I'm kind of crossing some overlap there, but safety is, you know, obviously something we're all concerned about, but that isn't a purview of the Architectural Review Board. That would come up in, obviously, building code review and so on and so forth. And I think that's it for now. We'll pick up on the pool and we'll pick up on other observations of the board members now. So who would like to begin?
I will.
I will go after that.
I didn't sit on the house, but I just looked it up when it was in and approved, and there is absolutely no indication of any walkout. I'm just saying. So that fell through the crack on the landscape plan or any of the elevations.
Just a clarification, Mirka, you're coming in now for the walkout?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it wasn't on the,
But wouldn't we have jurisdiction over,
well, we have jurisdiction over what I mean, that the fact that it wasn't on the house doesn't mean we don't have jurisdiction over it. We have jurisdiction over it, and now we can weigh in and take a couple bites at the apple. So you're free to comment on it. I'm just saying, because it wasn't on the house approval doesn't mean anything to
okay,
us
so
other than
I guess
that.
what I'm saying is I can't envision what this is gonna look like.
Okay, that's a good point to make then, because I didn't
Okay.
understand that. So one of the things we're going to be looking for is elevations that distinguish this particular element so we can understand it in context.
Understood.
Okay, Val, continue, please.
Yeah, so I had blown this up so I could see, I wasn't really sure what these little walls are. So the walls are stone and then there's glass on top?
Yes, as a safety railing.
I do have a little bit of concern about that. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Okay, so,
And we can provide some examples too. And
Like just a freestanding glass fence.
it would be just railing.
on the top of the wall, just like it would be wire. If I'm, is it
Go
okay
ahead.
to comment? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, it's kind of a question, so.
Yeah, thank you. It's the setting of the landscape, we know it's very natural, so the idea is to really keep this house just reusing the native grasses and meadow, including the blue stem. That's all what I would like to use in surrounding landscape because that's all what is it in this part of the island. So I thought actually creating something which is seamless as a glass. First of all, it will not be visible from public view, and secondary, it really does not need any extra screening because all vegetation is so low. So I really just wanted to keep the low pre-existing character of the landscape surrounding this house. So I think that's what was it driven by. And I'm happy to show some example how it might look. However, it will not be visible from any public view.
Okay, so, and it doesn't reflect? So if
Does-
I'm looking across the field, I'm not gonna see a glare or,
I will have to do a little bit more study, but I do believe there are anti-reflection finishes on the glass
is
which
there
can
any
be
here
used.
that we can look at?
I know we've done some in past, but you cannot see them in the public, so I would have to really little.
I'd
Anytime
like
if-
to see it.
Yeah, I think
myself.
there's
Yeah.
going to be support for some type of an installation that can be viewed in this type of a setting and as opposed to like, you know, small piece of
Understood.
glass dropped off at the offices. And, you know, obviously glare, light refraction, all that stuff is color, whether it's fully translucent or not. So those are the types of things we're going to want to see, an accurate representation of what is proposed, or perhaps some options of what is proposed. I'm not suggesting that by seeing those, we agree in advance that it's an appropriate material. I'm just saying we need to evaluate what it is in order to make an informed
Understood.
decision. Val, do you have any other comments?
Yeah, and just that I would like to see maybe what that facade looks like with the tiers and the
Cross-section.
walkout. Yeah.
I could definitely provide some cross-section with more details
Yeah, I
for you.
think a section, on that point, just so because it seems like this is going to be a group concern. We're going to want to see sections, and then we're going to want to see an elevation representing, I think it's probably best just to show us elevations of the four sides.
Absolutely,
With the hardscape in place, sans plant material,
correct.
with the understanding that it's bare naked, and it's going to look different once it's planted.
Correct.
Follow up, anything else, Val?
No.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, so I wanted similar things. I wanted to see the drawing of the house, refresh my mind of what that looked like. And the site plan, it's a pork chop, but, and we just have a box of it, but I want to see the whole site plan of where it is on the,
Absolutely.
on that,
Which
please.
you can see, I'm sorry, if the plan is zoom out, you can actually see the entire property. It's on the, it's on the right, yeah.
You mean the light blue outline?
Yes, on the right-hand side, you have the whole
Oh, I didn't-
property.
okay.
Just to show you where is it located within the lots itself. It's really far, and there are a few images on the top of the page showing the public views. You cannot barely see the pre-existing house.
So now Val just pointed out to me that there is a site plan here, but what I'm worried about is the siting of the pool, because as you've shown us in this photograph, it's pretty raw moors, not very vegetated, sort of, you know, it's low. And where you've sited the pool is sort of open.
It's there now.
That's what's going away.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's sort of set out there alone. I would think if you were sensitive to the landscape, you would tuck it away somewhere where it wouldn't just be boom out there in the moors. I mean, you know, if it were an island, and there weren't so many people around shore, you could do whatever you want, but we have to be a little more sensitive to the environment, I think, especially with siting of the pool.
Do you want to, thank you, Abby. Do you want to?
I just want to just a little, just clarify, we are very limited on the side of disturbance.
This is all tried to be kept, especially pool, within pre-existing clearance. So it's really where it's already pre-existing clearance. So in theory, I should be even able to stake out this pool as it is cleared. So I can even do little exercise like that to show you, maybe I might be able to, not to get all 4 corners, but at least 2. And you can clearly see for yourself that it won't be visible because it's already in a place of existing clearing.
Well, can I just
course.
clarify? My point is that in this picture, if there's going to be screening of a pool, you're going to be changing like the entire landscape. So I don't want to see, you know,
I
like.
cannot do.
And I just
Yeah,
want to
go ahead.
clarify. So they're not going to be able to make any modifications to, my understanding from
MMD.
from the planning board hearing is and the MIPA requirements, and because of the various conditions that are in place, they can't clear any more than has been cleared without a separate approval.
That's
And
correct.
so that, I just wanted to clarify, I'm not supporting one way or the other, but just as a point of information.
Well,
And if that's not correct, I'd ask that you look into that, and if that's not correct, when you come back, you tell us, oh, we can actually clear more, so we know that might happen.
And you're correct. As of now, we are keeping the pool and the back, like the rear of the lawn where the pool is, it's all in a pre-existing because we cannot clear more on that side. We are doing additional clearing on where the driveway is, which is within the limit, but this is the maximum we can actually do. We don't even, and we still have to go through that approval process.
Okay, thank you. Abby, anything else?
No, thank you.
Diane?
Well, I think this piece of land has always been questionable to what we're dealing with, and I think it still is. I looked at this, I have some old pictures of it. I think that the brush vegetation that's been discussed over the years is very low, and actually it's less than it used to be. I think the pool is going to be, can very well be visible. I think that it needs to be put together a little bit more. There's a thing here and a thing there, and the fences are here. And I don't think a glass, I've been around out there a long time, and I don't remember ever seeing any glass fences. I think you have to keep in mind more than just architecture of the house, is how it fits in with its surrounding neighborhood. And I don't think any of those houses that come along my common, West my common, have them. And I think I would just like to see this sort of fit in more naturally with where it is, because there are other houses out there which are closer to the pond, and it should be part of them. It's not way down. So I would like to see it conform with sort of what's in the neighborhood. And I find it difficult to see that right now. That's what.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
So I have similar concerns. I would like to see the proposed retaining wall and the glass. And the house, because if I'm looking at this correctly, it looks like the pool's in the front yard instead of in the backyard.
It's, as you can see, the property line, it's actually the driveway entry. If you look at, actually maybe better is to look to the GIS map. The front of the yard is actually on the left side. So we are the GIS map as a part of the plan, the big plan on the left side. If you might be able to zoom in, yes, thank you, this would be great. So it does hug the houses which are going along the West Macomet, but this frontage of this house is actually off the other side. So this property doesn't really have a front yard. The access is from the ocean side from the blower. It's really surrounded behind the row of the houses from the Maya Comet. It's actually in somebody else's backyard. It's the way how we designed it was really keeping everything together within the limits of the clearing. Try to give as much privacy and screening from public view. And so again, it's just a little misleading to feel where the front yard
I
is, but it's
think-
definitely not where the pool is.
America, I'm sorry. I think Connie's just stating some concerns, and we're going to fashion the address into a motion for
Sorry, thank
additional
you.
information.
And I
Go ahead,
mean,
Connie.
couldn't you like put the pool where on the other side, like between the natural plantings, that would more screen it and just get rid of that second bluestone patio? That's just what
Okay.
I'm just looking at.
So,
Thank you.
okay, valid concern. Anything else?
Nope, thank
Okay.
you.
So, Mirka, obviously you've had comments about location, so those need to be taken into consideration and potentially revisions. And we'll see where the other elements, which are sections, elevations, staking for review, and glass samples, how they may affect those comments. But I mean, take to heart, we've got at least a couple members who are concerned about the location. So those other things may not affect the ultimate outcome. Do we have a motion for revisions, including additional information, sections, elevations, staking for review, and glass sample or samples erected and, brought to our attention?
And a drawing of the house if possible.
Well, elevations,
Yeah,
yeah.
elevations, yes,
Yeah.
please.
Is that,
Yeah, something.
that's your motion, Abby?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Tom, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I just want to make a comment that,
Hold on a sec.
sorry, I just want to make a comment that she had said that you can't see the glass from the street or whatnot. Because there's two structures over the foundation, you'll be able to see between the two structures, and that glass will be there. So
Okay.
the sun will reflect it. You will see it from the street.
Yeah, I think we're gonna, I
Just
I
wanted to
take
make
to
sure that
heart-
that's on the record.
No, I gotcha. And we do have a motion, but we are, clearly, the glass is a concern, and we're gonna we'll have more information to focus on that detail and others when we get all the things we asked for. Have we missed anything?
I just want to review the list again, sorry.
So it's comments that have been made about location
Okay.
and with respect to revisions, sectional drawings
Yeah.
being of the sunken area primarily, elevations of the house which reflect the hardscape and primarily the sunken area and the pool location, staking of the pool corners and a view, and separate but related samples of the glass so that we can, or different panels of glass so we can view it.
Okay.
And I'll put a finer point on the last point, which is that the glass panels, as I said, are separate but related. That doesn't need to happen before we hear it again, but it would be beneficial because otherwise we're going to be holding it for that element. Okay?
Just a
On,
question.
one sec, on your, are you good with,
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
that's cool. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that I'm vocalizing the things that were brought up as concerns. Mirka?
Just one clarification for everything makes sense. Is this going to be held for the view or for revisions? I just want to know where I am and how much time I have.
I think both. You should try and do what you can.
So this would be for next Tuesday, would be the view and try to,
Oh, the view, if you could stake
so I will just
and
go
we'll
in when
view
it's
for
ready.
Tuesday, that'd be great.
Perfect. I will
And then
try
the
to do
other
that.
part will, the revisions and additional,
So I have to sign up for old business when I'm ready,
Yeah.
correct? Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to understand the procedure.
it makes sense. So it's really
Yeah.
three things we're asking for. The staking view, the glass panels.
And the information.
Comments being incorporated and the other additional information.
So we'll do it as a revision possible.
So do the stakes have, I'm not sure if my car can.
We want red, hot
Yeah.
red
Yeah.
flags on it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Tom, really quick, because we got a motion.
I was just going to say, if you're going to go out to West Wyckovic, go by the farm and come that way. The other road is terrible. The town hasn't filled it in yet. Just thought I'd let you know. Go by the farm and come out by the tower to the beach that way, because
Yeah.
the other way, the road is just terrible. The town hasn't
Okay.
graded it. Just thought I'd let you know, just want to let you know.
Bartlett
Save the
Farm.
bills.
Okay. All right. With all that said, thank you. We've got a motion, and who made it?
I didn't, I did.
Okay, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby, thank you. Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. All right.
Thank you for the attention.
No, thank you for coming in. Mirka, thank you. That brings us to
I just want to.
Going home.
Or
70.
if you set the stakes up and you gotta tell them that they're up so we can view.
Absolutely, yeah. I will let
Okay.
you know. It will take a little bit more coordination, so I might not be able to do it before the Tuesday, but I will try my best. So I will let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is this for?
We're on to 72 Pocomo. Do we have a rep?
I am here, Mr. Chair.
Is that Andrew?
This is Andrew. Yes, it is.
Hey, good evening, Andrew. Okay,
How's everybody doing?
Andrew,
You
we've
guys
only
want to
got
tackle
about-
this?
Well, we got
We've
10
only
minutes.
got,
I
got
think-
10 minutes.
Yeah, I think we can, given maybe its location, we can
Oh,
just
you
work
stop at
on the.
8:30, not 9?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, then we should just wait. We
Why
should
don't-
wait.
You want to
Yeah.
wait?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we'll wait till next
All right.
week.
So we're
That-
gonna hold over on account of time, just for the minutes, numbers 28 through 39.
But will I be number 1 on the agenda next week? Not like 5 or 6?
Correct.
Like 1.
To fit into the agenda next week. I think you're gonna be right near the top.
Mr. Chair, if you don't make any motions on these tonight, they'll just carry over for next week.
Yeah, and I haven't kept track, but we've dispensed, there's only been there's been one hold 96 Washington, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
It'll
there
be
was
closer to the top. Yep.
Yeah, it'll
90
be right up
Wash-
near the top.
98 Washington.
Okay, so there you have it. Andrew, thanks for waiting out, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you all
9-seater
very much. See you. Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
9-seater circle, new shed. Do we have a rep?
6,
No.
7, 8, 9.
Okay. 26 Lions. Renew COA. Are there revisions on this
Aye.
also?
I am still here, Uri.
Okay, Uri, I just have a quick question for you. Are there revisions also, or is this
No.
simply a renewal?
No, just renewal, no changes, no revisions.
Okay, I would just suggest that we move to approve. It's a renewal of a COA. We typically.
Sorry, I'll make that motion to renew that COA for,
Okay, so it'll be, Joe, you'll
thank
be
you.
on this one. So it'll be Abby on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. And then,
Thank you.
do we have Sunwind here?
Let's just call it. I'm not gonna do mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, just, guys, hold it together. We got a couple more minutes. Do we have Sunwind here? Okay, so, do we have minutes to approve?
Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
23rd. Motion on the minutes, January 23rd.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah?
we also sent you January 30th. That's why we have not anticipated by the chair. So you all could approve those as well, and we'll just have to ratify those next week.
I
if you're
think we'll
inclined.
hold, just because they're under review minutes, it's fine, we'll hold them.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you though, Holly. Do we have a motion on the minutes of January 23rd?
So moved. Move.
Okay,
Approve.
we'll go with the same board as last time. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
I
Val?
didn't look at them.
Well, then abstain?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
And I'm also an abstention. So 3 in favor, Val and Stephen abstain. And is there John McLaughlin?
Aye,
Motion to
I make
adjourn.
a motion
Oh,
to
vociferous.
adjourn.
Thank you, Diane. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Hi.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an
Thank you,
aye.
John.
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome.
Good evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
All right. Another one in the books, as they say. Pardon me? Oh, is it?
Oh, well, it looked like it was near New York. I didn't know it was here. Oh,
I'm so tired.
All right. Long days turn into short nights. Feel better, Holly? Yeah. Those mental elliptus cough drops must have kicked in.
Abby, hold the photo from my head.
Take Lisa home with family. Good night. See you mañana.
I mean, I'll leave it here until we can bring it over.
Everything? Oh, I think I have to do something over here.
Oh, yeah, the screen's still up.
Oh, wait, let me see. Oh, that's Miss Polly. Just calling you. How do I turn this off? In stream? I might look at myself on TV, Polly.